statements from the appellant, the council and the Rule 6 parties. We also heard a presentation which there was no cross-examination or questioning on. And then we heard from interested parties speaking, giving their various submissions. We then, in the afternoon, started to hear evidence in chief on heritage and townscape from the council by Mr. Bevan, and that brought us to a pause. So we're now resuming today following that evidence in chief submission by Mr. Bevan, and hopefully I think we're going to start some cross-examination.
Thank you very much, sir. Oh, that's gone very loud. In order to aid the cross-examination and to ensure that we don't have to have too many documents open at once, I'm just going to hand in one document, which is very familiar to everybody. It's just a hard copy of the master plan. It appears in almost all of the documents before the inquiry. May it please you, sir. Mr. Bevan, first heading is the process, helping the inspector with the decision-making process. We have here a conservation area, and therefore the statutory test relating to conservation areas is in play, is it? Not. Thank you. And just to remind everybody, you know, the inspector knows, but just to remind everybody, that statutory test is to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of a conservation area, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And having done this for years, you will know that that very phrase was considered, it's in the 71 Act, but very phrase was considered by the courts, and the courts came to the conclusion that what that means, they determined that what that means binds all of us here, is that that test will be met so long as a development or proposal leaves the conservation area unharmed. Correct?
Depending on the circumstances.
No, that's the test.
Enhance or protect, enhance is not necessarily the same as unharmed. But
no, but yeah, that's what the court said it meant. So if you have a neutral impact, if you leave a conservation area unharmed, if you have an impact which is net neutral to the conservation area, then the duty is met. There's not a positive duty to enhance. The test is to leave unharmed.
Yeah,
correct?
Preserve or enhanced.
Good. Thank you very much. And in determining, therefore, the impact on character and appearance of a conservation area, you have accurately to identify its existing character and appearance. Indeed. Don't you? Very much. And if you fail properly to identify its existing character and appearance, then you're likely to have gone wrong in the exercise of the statutory test.
Yes.
Good. And what that means in the circumstances of this case is that if a proposal enhances existing character or appearance, then it meets the test. Or if on a net consideration it leaves it unharmed, then in the circumstances of this case, again, that passes the test.
Yes.
Yes. And if that test is passed, then the heritage balance is not even engaged.
You meaning with public benefits?
Yeah, we don't need to go. No, good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And how you go about that exercise of making sure that you've properly understood and properly defined existing character, and then how you judge a new development pursuant to that, has been dealt with also recently by the courts, hasn't it? Can we go to CD 11.4?
CD 11.4 of what?
CD 11.4 of the court documents in this case.
Have to direct me to that. Which one is it?
CD 11.4. So you go to the programme officer's website.
What's the name of the document?
CD 11.4. Yes.
Court judgment.
Save Stonehenge World Heritage.
Oh, the Stonehenge. I haven't got that here. Could somebody direct me to it?
Yeah, if you go onto the website, link game website.
Matt, could you do that for me? Yeah.
Right, there's going to be quite a lot of going to the core documents, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
That's what the sort of process is.
Matt?
Do you have a list?
Yeah, I'll give you the next few. Well, the NPPF is the next one. Hiatus. Yeah, I think otherwise I can go to the proofs. I can't promise I've captured every reference, but
Great.
I'm grateful to my learning friend. Are you there, sir?
Get to CD.
CD
Yeah.
11.
Just keep that tab open.
Yeah, yeah. Great. Okay, gotcha.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. So,
All right. I'll refrain from calling you sir in the future, but I'll accept that. Can we go to paragraph 195? So,
of the stag decision.
no, it's not the stag decision. So it's CD 11.4. It's the High Court case. It's Stonehenge.
Oh, I see. Yes, gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think for a point that really is not an issue, we spent a bit of time getting to it. But do you look at paragraph 195? Just above that, the learned judge, Lord Justice Holgate, as he now is, said, for the purposes of the present case, 2 points may be drawn from the passage in Bram's Hill, Court of Appeal case that we're all familiar with. First, when assessing the impact of a project on a heritage asset, it's permissible to combine both the beneficial and the adverse effects on that asset. That's not so much a balancing exercise, said the judge, as a realistic appraisal of what would be the net impact of the project on the asset, viewed as a whole and not partially. See that?
Yes.
Okay, and you agree that that is a way lawfully that the inspector in this case could look at impacts of the proposal?
Say that again.
And you agree that that lawfully is a way that the inspector could look at the impacts of the proposal to judge its impact on the conservation area?
Yes, in case law, yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. And what the judge calls a realistic appraisal of net impacts of a proposal allows the decision maker to combine both the beneficial and any adverse effects alleged in order to come to a conclusion on the project as a whole and not partially, correct?
Yes.
Good. I thought that was the point. And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that it's important that heritage benefits are not left out of account in any accurate assessment?
Agreed.
Good. Thank you very much. And NPPF, next please, not a core document, but I'm sure you've got yours to hand.
Yeah.
We end up with boxes and boxes of core documents, but the inspectorate is very clear. We shouldn't add to that by having the NPPF in it. So you probably got yours separately, sir.
I have got my own version, yes.
Good. And in terms of NPPF, I want us to go, please, first to 220 and the first sentence. Not all elements of a conservation area, we're not talking about World Heritage Sites here, not all elements of a conservation area will necessarily contribute to its significance.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's of some relevance in the circumstances of this case, for the reasons you went into yesterday that I don't ask you to
Yes.
repeat today. Good. Thank you. And 219,
Yep.
local planning authorities, and in this case that means the inspector, because the inspector's sitting in the shoes of the local authority by reason of section 78 of the Town Country Planning Act, should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas and within settings of heritage assets to enhance or better reveal their significance. That's the test, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. Okay, good. That's all gone very well. So, in summary, if the inspector's looking for a summary, in relation to conservation areas, the test is to do no harm to the asset or to leave unharmed, or in other words, is what you are proposing worse than that which is there?
Agreed.
Thank you. If you do no harm or enhance, you pass the legal test, but you also pass the policy test in that the heritage balance is not engaged.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. It's appropriate, and indeed for a conservation area, reasonable and sensible, as the court said, to test harms and benefits together to make sure you're taking the proposal as a whole and its relationship to the conservation area into effect.
Agreed.
You?
But one can focus on particular harms and benefits on parts of conservation area.
Well, I'm sure you can, but that's
Yeah.
a different point, isn't it?
Yeah.
The point I'm looking at is you've got to look at the development as a whole.
Yeah.
Haven't you?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you are partial, as the court says, right? So you look at the development as a whole and you ask the question in relation to that. Is it worse than what you've got?
Exactly.
That's the test.
Yeah.
Right, now, if it isn't worse than what you've got, then you pass the test. Follows from everything that you've just said.
In most circumstances, yeah.
Yeah, in heritage circumstances.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Good. Next heading is existing character and appearance of the conservation area. I'm assuming that you've got access to the various proofs.
Yes.
Good. Then can we go to Mr. Eldridge's proof, please?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how you're doing this, but I'll ask you whether you're there.
The main proof, yeah.
Maybe that's it. In the olden days, when I could see you had the document out and you had it in front of you and you were just about to mark it, I wouldn't have to keep pausing and asking you if you're there, but olden days are gone. Yeah, but that's great. Thank you very much. So can we go to page 9 first? And at page 9, helpfully, we've got the red line of the application site, correct?
Yes.
And we got the blue line, which shows the full extent of the conservation area, which is a very large conservation area with different character areas, etc. Correct? Yeah, good. Thank you. Now, unless I've read it wrong, the conservation area captures the whole of the Eastern Rye Lane buildings and not just the facades.
Yes,
Yeah. And that's deliberate, isn't it?
it is.
Yeah. So it captures not just the facades, that the facades and the internal areas are all within the conservation area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Partly in respect of the Aylesham, because they're not the connection to the Morrisons.
Yeah, the Morrisons is excluded, but everything else isn't.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's all open to the public, isn't it?
What's all open to the public?
The Aylesham Centre.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you go in through the big blue thing,
Yeah.
which we're going to look at in a minute, you go into another part of the conservation area, don't you?
What, inside the building?
Yes.
Kind of, yes.
Not kind of.
Yeah.
Legally
Yeah.
and factually.
Yeah.
Definitely. Not kind of. Yep.
Yep.
Good. Have you been in?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Then shall we look at the facades, please? Turn over the page. They're on page 10 and 11. And we've got figure 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in your evidence yesterday, you identified these as harmful to the conservation area.
Yes.
Good. I just want to explore the calibration of that with you, please.
Yeah.
Inspectors, main issues include identification and calibration of harm, if any. Let's just look at what is there, which is part of that process. Figure 2, figure 3, and figure 4. I'm just going to look at those now, please. And invite you to agree with me. And I'm taking most of these propositions from your own proof as to why the inspector should record this as harmful and then form a judgment as to where that harm lies. First, if you look at the building as a whole, it reads as one building, doesn't it? It's clearly one building in the conservation area by reference to its materiality and just everything else that we can see in the photographs.
Agreed. Yeah.
One building. It is a massive intervention in the facade. I haven't measured it. I've walked it a few times, but we can see the extent of the intervention in the facade from the photographs.
Yes.
You wouldn't disagree with my characterization of massive, would you?
No.
No.
Monumental, I would. And your opening remarks.
Yeah, I'll
were
come to
massive.
monumental in a minute, but I'm happy at the minute for massive to be recorded. There is an almost complete lack of verticality in the building along its massive facade.
No, I disagree.
Right. You identify in your proof that the absence of verticality and the fact that it is largely horizontal is a harm,
Yeah.
don't you? All right, well, that's good enough for me. And that horizontality is out of character with this part of the conservation area and with the site's history, isn't it?
It is, apart from its efforts to meet the adjacent locally listed buildings where it makes some effort to be vertical.
Yeah, I'll come to those, but thank you for the answer that you gave. What that results in, looking at these photographs, is a massive scalar feature, scale being different to height. It's a massive scalar feature punctuated by the blue plastic weigh-in, but very little else. Correct?
That's what?
It's a large scalar feature. Scalar from the noun scale.
Yes.
It's a massive scalar feature, nothing like it in the conservation area.
Yes and no. It's in some respect, in some parts, as we will see, it's actually probably underscaled.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that.
Yeah.
But what we've got to be really careful of here,
Yeah.
properly identifying the difference between scale and height.
Yes.
So you will have read, for example, outside here, there's the Shard building.
Yeah.
And granted planning permission by a very, very senior inspector, Mr. Gray. And what he said was, it's a tall building, but it's a very human scaled building, because you have to understand that scale, and I'm seeing you nodding, which is helpful. Scale is different from height, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
It's a bit more of a relative quality.
Yes, exactly. It's a relative quality. Now, so what the inspector in that case said, and I'm going to put it to you, I don't think we ever need to go to it, because I think I know you agree with it. Scale is a function of the parts of a building relative to other parts of the building, and or to the human body. That's what the inspector said.
Yes, it could be those. It can be also the ratio of width to height.
Yes, exactly.
Slenderness.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're all, as you said, comparative analyses. Height can be relevant to scale, but when we say scale, we must be very careful to use it properly. In terms of scale, this building has a very large scale in terms of its component parts, the fact that it's monumental, I say, the fact that you say it's massive. That means that in terms of its scale, which is different from height, this is a very large scale building, isn't it?
I would say in a horizontal dimension, but not a vertical dimension.
Good, that's exactly right. And in the vertical dimension, because you've got such a big scale of horizontal dimension, you lack proportionality. If the inspector looks at it, and or when he's on the site, what he will see is a building that lacks proportion. Yesterday you said something which was really interesting. You said it could do with more height.
It could in part.
Yeah. And that's because
yeah.
it's massive scale, it's very wide, and what you get as a result of that is this out of proportion ribbon of bricks, isn't it?
For the most part.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
Not well, we can see, but thank you for that. And that affects the way it speaks to the street in terms of proportion and all of the other things that we've looked at, doesn't it?
Yes, I think we're agreed. It's a
Thank you very
detractor.
much. The other thing about the building, let's look at the fenestration, shall we?
Yeah.
The fenestration doesn't give you any appreciation of what's behind that facade, does it?
Not only a ground floor.
I'm going to come, well, I'm not calling that fenestration, I'm calling that shop front.
Well, same thing.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's deal then with the rather sort of lunetish type windows. They don't give you any appreciation of function behind the facade, do
Not
they?
really. I imagine it's storage, but I don't know.
Storage, yeah.
I don't know.
You imagine it's storage, but you don't know. That rather makes the point that I make, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's no logical expression of fenestration otherwise in terms of disposition of uses, is there?
Disposition of uses internally? No, apart from the arch.
Well, we're going to come to the arch in a minute. In terms of activation, and that's an important part of character and appearance, isn't it? Activation.
It is, but I noted yesterday in the architect's presentation the misuse of activation. Activation in planning terms and in urban design terms is about activity.
Yeah.
It's about having a ground floor with people coming and going, about seeing what's going inside.
Yeah.
It's not about upper floor windows.
Well, activation is more than that,
Animation.
isn't it? Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt. Activation is not just about coming and going. It's about activity, seeing activity, ability to read activity, and it's about overlooking and the consequences of overlooking. All of that is right, isn't it?
To a degree, yes.
Yeah. So when you're looking at some of the well-designed buildings out here, which are on first, second, up to 53rd floor, the ability to see the people moving, the ability to see the lights come on and off, the ability to see activity is part of activation, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Less so on the 51st floor.
Right.
Well, probably.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's not take it to extremes. That's my fault. But looking at this, we've got above the ground floor, because I'm going to come to the ground floor later, in terms of the fenestration, in terms of activation, it's just about as dead as it can be. Boxes and boxes and boxes. nothing telling you what's going on, no people moving, no lights coming on and off, etc.
It's a pretty blank facade. I agree. Above ground floor level.
Right. So the proposition I put to you was that there was limited or no activation above ground floor. Can we agree?
It's pretty blank above ground floor.
Yeah.
Activation's a different question.
Okay. All right. Well, we've heard your answers. I can make submissions on those. And then on the ground floor, I mean, you can look at the photographs, and in terms of the shop fronts, there's no unity of presentation, is there?
You mean no, the shop fronts to uniform in design? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, it's another way of putting it. Yep.
Not especially. No.
Well, the inspector can see that we've got 4 shop fronts here. They're all differently arranged. I'm going to suggest they're of poor quality.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
Thank you.
The benefit of them is that they have like a consistent and facial line, etc. They're contained within the same space.
Right, I've got that. There's a consistent facial line. That's a good thing, isn't it?
It is a good thing.
Yeah. But within that consistent facial line, they've been treated very different, and they're of poor quality in terms of materiality.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we pick up your proof now, please?
Yeah.
Still on the same point. Can we go to plate 12?
Plate 12. Yeah. Yes.
This shows the junction of the war-damaged clock tower and the Aylesham Centre.
Yes.
Right. So this is the bit that abuts onto the locally listed building. Yep.
Yes.
The conservation area appraisal says that that juncture is crude and harmful. Do you agree?
Crude and harmful. Yes.
Yeah.
Just about. It fails in its attempts at sympathy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can we go back now, please, to the proof that we were on, Mr. Eldridge's proof? And can we look at the main entrance?
Yes, on figure 4.
It's figure 4, yes. This is the...
Can I just... I wasn't quick enough. You said conservation area appraisal says it is crude and harmful.
Yes, yes. And the witness said yes.
Can you just give us the paragraph?
I can't, and I'm not going to know.
Because it doesn't say that.
Yes. All right.
So I don't. You've just put a point, which was so there was the point that was put was that the conservation area appraisal says that this junction is crude and harmful.
Right.
I very quickly open the document.
Yep.
Search for the word crude.
Yes.
I don't find it unless there's a problem in the search function.
Well, you may be right. I was summarising my recollection of what the conservation area document said.
So so perhaps if points are going to be made by reference to documents, let's just drop in a reference and then the parties know whether it's being put fairly.
Yeah, all right. I'm very happy to come back to that.
The word crude does not appear in that appraisal. I think there is reference to harm. There's no the word harmful doesn't appear in the document.
No. Well, let me reverse out of that then, because I think there's no issue between us and the witness that this is harmful. We agree that
it's mildly so.
So
it's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Thank you very much. I'll come back to what the
indifferent, I think, is the right word to use.
Well, I'm just going to press you on that, please. Because this is important. You see, the inspector is going to want to know how to calibrate your overall judgments. And I want you to look at plate 12, and we will go and see what the conservation area appraisal says about it, if that's what my learned friend wants, but in due course. Can we look at it? And what we've got, first of all, is the way in which it abuts the building.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is separate from its brick presentation and what is an awful attempt at a type of column in brick, isn't it?
It's seems to be referencing the kind of that loggia and
Yeah.
balcony
Yeah.
at that level.
And is that successful? No, I think we're talking about slightly
Not
different.
particularly,
things. No,
No.
that's not successful. Yeah. And then we've got a sort of brick pilaster, which is a brick and a half wide or so. Is that successful?
To its north, you're talking that?
No, I'm
part?
just talking the brick pilaster, which we see. Do you see there's some graffiti at the top, which is LIST?
And then immediately to the north of that.
No, immediately to the left of it in the photograph, there is running
Yeah.
the whole length of the
What's
photograph,
looking in?
some sort of attempt at a pilaster.
Well, that's the junction between old and new, isn't it? And the point next to it. It's creating an end wall
Yeah.
to the shopping centre.
All right.
And an intermediary structure between the end wall of the clock tower.
Yeah.
And it's
Okay.
not very fine.
It's not
Agree.
very fine. No. Okay. So my learned friend's intervention was to do with the word crude and harmful. Can you look at what you say about the?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call it?
Crude. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've already agreed it's harmful.
It's in a minor way. Yeah.
Yep. So
Just to be clear, just so my learned friend doesn't misunderstand my point. If words are going to be attributed to policy documents, then they should be in the policy document. And I don't think it helps anybody's cross-examination if we start to invent text from other documents to give it authority.
I've already said I reverse out of that. I will go back to the document. That has been done. I'm now going to spend a little time with the witness to see whether he believes that it's crude and harmful. And I think the answer is that you do.
I do in parts. Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you. Can we go now, please, to the arch?
Yep.
This is the main entrance into the shopping centre, isn't it?
Yes.
It is, if you like, it's a dress in a physical sense. It's saying, here's the Aylesham Centre.
It's announcing the entrance. One could also see it as a sort of reinterpretation of plate 12 of number 23.
Yeah.
The sort of decorative flourish.
You
halfway
could
down.
do. You, in your proof,
Yeah.
you identify that sort of remark as being charitable,
Yes.
don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want you to try and explain to the inspector, not that let's be charitable, but I want you to explain to the inspector why it needs to be charitable. First, in terms of its materials, they are poor quality, aren't they?
I wouldn't necessarily say so.
Right, that's fine. That I'm very happy with that. It is charitable to say what you said, because this really is the worst form of pastiche, isn't it? It's an attempt to create something that is reminiscent of something else, but which is of very poor architectural quality in its own right.
It's a pastiche of a traditional shopping arcade.
It is a pastiche. Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. How would you describe the character and appearance of the part of the conservation area that's internal? You've gone through the pastiche.
Internal.
Yeah.
Obviously, inside the Aylesham Centre,
Yeah.
zero significance.
Yeah.
Makes no contribution, negative or positive.
Wait, hang on. Zero significance.
Yeah.
In terms of character and appearance, how one experiences the conservation area as a member of the public, you're not accepting that the internal character and appearance is harmful, are you?
Not to beyond the immediate spot you're in, no.
Okay. Well, the inspector can walk around. Can we go back, please, to figures 2 and 3? apart from the archway, which you agree is pastiche, we say worse, but you agree in terms of contribution. There's no permeability to this part of the conservation area at all, is there?
Apart from the arch.
Yeah, apart from the arch is the question.
No, that's not part of its characteristic. It hasn't been since it was built.
Yeah. And is it your case that providing that permeability so that there is a way to see and understand the conservation area and its setting, which is different to no permeability, is not a benefit of the scheme? I'm going to come on to the scheme secondly, but permeability, the ability better to reveal a conservation area, is what the NPPF says that we should do, isn't
That's
it?
not permeability.
Right.
Better
Okay.
revealing is not permeability. They're different things.
So do you say permeability in the context of the character and appearance of the conservation area is not something that the inspector should engage with at all?
It depends what we're talking about.
Yeah. Here, there's no permeability, is there?
And that's not part of its established character.
Right. Is the potential for there to be better permeability insofar, for example, as it might better reveal parts of the conservation area or its setting, a matter that the inspector should have regard to?
Permeability at this location won't improve our understanding of the conservation area.
Yeah.
It might have other benefits.
Okay. So you say nothing to do with heritage. That's a fair answer. Thank you very much. Then in terms of other parts of the conservation area and its setting, we've got an open empty car park.
Yeah.
Harmful?
No,
No.
not particularly, because it doesn't really interact with the conservation area.
Okay. So that part of the setting, which is an open area car park, service areas, petrol filling station, etc., not harmful in the setting of the conservation area. I'm happy either way you go here. Really.
It's largely hidden and doesn't really have an impact on the conservation
Yeah, but it's largely hidden by the massive intervention of the Rye Lane frontage, isn't it?
Agreed.
That's why you don't get to see it at the minute.
Agreed.
Because you've got this massive intervention, which I call monumental, but you agree was massive.
Agreed.
Yeah. So the opening up of that area for people, the ability to walk through to that area, the ability permeably to break this massive intervention is clearly, isn't it, a benefit?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine.
It's that from when it was built, the whole frontage from Hanover Park north to Peckham High Street benefits, but it's not a heritage benefit.
Okay, and therefore the absence of permeability, you've not taken that as a harm.
No.
No. So in heritage terms, looking at the street, figure 2, the fact that there's no permeability where we're looking there, and we'll look at the old map shortly, is in your view, and you haven't taken it into account as something that might be improved. Remember the NPPG just a few minutes ago?
It might be an urban design enhancement,
Yep.
but it wouldn't be an enhancement to significance.
Right, so you've not counted that at all. That's really helpful. In heritage terms, you're saying that the opportunity in this conservation area to get rid of this massive intervention and to create some permeability to the conservation area is not a heritage benefit.
Depends what replaces it, really, doesn't it?
No, I'm just looking at a harm, and I think I've got your answer. You don't see that as a harm in permeability terms, which is fine for me. Thank you. Good, that's really helpful. Now, you agreed in the first part of the cross-examination that it's important that the extent of the harmful existing condition is properly identified because of the nature of the test.
Yes.
Yeah. And the inspector's got to find not only that it's harmful, but he's got to characterize that harm in order for that to form the starting point for the consideration of the development as a whole and its impact on the conservation area. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on this part of the conservation area.
And if the inspector concludes, if the inspector concludes that the proposal as a whole enhances or in net terms leaves unharmed the existing condition, bearing in mind the nature of the existing condition, then the statute's complied with and the heritage policy is met also.
If it's left unharmed.
Good, thank you. Third heading is your role, please. You're going to need to go to the core documents here, and I'm very happy if my learned friend wants to help. You need to go to CD33.
The planning committee.
That's it. It's the planning committee minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bevan, you tell us in paragraph 121 of your proof that your evidence addresses the alleged heritage and townscape harm arising from the proposed development as set out in the LPA's first reason for refusal, as agreed by the Council's Planning Committee, Major Applications B, on the 15th of July. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That's this document that we're now looking at. It's a putative reason for refusal, but I'm going to just call it a reason for refusal from now on. Can we look at the resolution, please? So page 4.
Yep.
The reason for refusal, putative reason for refusal, number 1 is there set out under paragraph 3, isn't it?
Yes.
No. And then we go to number 4, which is on page 5. Authorize officers to defend the appeal on the basis of the above reason. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which would form the basis for the council's evidence at the inquiry. The only blocks identified as causing harm in the reason for refusal are blocks A, B, C, and L, correct?
Correct.
Can we look at the this document that we handed in earlier? Just have a quick look so we can identify where the blocks are. There's no allegation of any heritage harm or any townscape harm from any other blocks other than A, B, C, and L. Is that right?
Not in the council's reason for refusal, no.
Yeah, no. And the authorization given to the evidence at the inquiry is to reflect the reason for refusal as set out in the reason for refusal, isn't it?
Let's get back to that paragraph you quoted before. It says talks of to defend the basis of the above reason.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Crucial wording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what it says. But what we've got is the reason for refusal raises A, B, and C and block L.
Yes.
And it also identifies the heritage asset, which is said and alleged to be harmed, which is the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the harm that the council says outweighs all of the public benefits.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the framed for the inspector's consideration of the council's case. It's not said that there is harm from any other blocks that needs to be outweighed. Neither is it said that there's any other asset that needs to be considered other than the harm to the conservation area. That's what it says.
That's right.
Good. Thank you very much. Now, the proposal consists of 16 blocks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm really putting this question in relation to something that you said in your wrap-up yesterday, that you thought the appellant team had paid zero attention to the implications of its proposal for the conservation area and other heritage assets.
That was in respect of its design development arguments and issues such as colour and arches. That was in that context.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you for contextualising that. That's helpful. But as we've seen from the case that we looked at, when you're looking at the proposal, you've got to look at the proposal as a whole and not partially. And here the proposal.
What you're just telling me, you need to consider blocks A, B, C, and L.
No.
Which is it? Which is it? It's on that. It's an airplane mode, so shouldn't be.
Good. Whatever you did was right. No. You've got to consider the proposal as a whole.
Yeah.
The harms alleged are just from A, B, and C,
Yeah.
and Block L. I think we've agreed
Yeah.
that. Good. Thank you very much. Now, this site forms a large part of a formal strategic allocation in the development plan, isn't it? I don't know whether you followed it, but the allocation itself through the development plan process was very controversial, wasn't it? Some people here will remember.
It evolved and had iterations. Yeah.
No, sorry, controversial.
I can't speak to that.
Is that because you simply don't know?
I don't know the details now.
All right. But we can look at the documents with other witnesses explaining what the council on its website said about the emerging allocation and the inspector's role in it. We can do that with other witnesses, but take it for me for the minute that there were lots and lots of objections to the allocation.
If you say so.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that they were defended by the council, calling evidence, including townscape, including heritage evidence, to the effect that the allocation was sound. And the inspector found that it was sound.
And it was adopted and
it was
incorporated
adopted
into the local plan
Yeah,
as policy.
That's exactly right. And what was tested as part of that process was the number of homes and the appropriateness of it, the potential for tall buildings and the appropriateness of that, and the fact, I'll say it, just for these purposes, not because it's anything to do with you, that affordable housing was going to be subject to viability. All of those.
I wasn't party to
You
that
were.
evolution, so
All right.
the wrong person to be asking.
Good, thank you very much. And given that, the point that we've just identified is not surprising, is it? Not surprising that the
Given what, sorry?
given what we've just looked at, the history, the allocation, the fact that it's allocated for 850 homes with appropriate tall building components subject to conservation considerations, etc. It's not surprising that the objections of the council are not general, but are limited and focused.
I can't speak to that because you're asking me about the evolution of the site allocation.
No, but I am entitled to ask you as the heritage witness, I think, that when you look at the adoption of the allocation, and you've read the allocation, I'm sure, and you've seen what it says, that it's, let's put it this way, it's not surprising that there are no objections in heritage terms to anything other than the identified blocks that we've just looked at, A, B, and C in heritage terms, and L in terms of townscape.
Are you asking me personally or what the council said?
I'm asking you as an expert witness who's here giving
Personally,
his expert evidence. I'm asking you to agree. I thought it would be very straightforward that it's not surprising that the objections are limited and focused.
I find it it's surprising, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good. Shall we look at the blocks to which absolutely no objection in heritage terms is taken by the local authority, please? And we can do so by reference to the report to committee. So you need to pick up CD 3.1.
Yep.
And you need to have this document out in front of you.
Loading, bear with me. Yep.
Thank you. Now, can we look at blocks D, E, and F, please? First, look at them on this plan, and then we can look at them and identify their heights, etc. in the officer's report. Yeah, page 17. Yeah, I know I hadn't got there yet, but that's where I was going next. We can see blocks D, E, and F from the main master plan, can't we?
Yes.
I'll just pause. Block D starts on page 16. Sorry, to my learned friend. Block D is there described. Do you see it?
I'm not sure we've got the right document here.
Page 16, CD 3.1. You have it, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You in
Yeah.
page also.
Yeah, page 86. Okay. Yep.
Page 86, not
86. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
PDF, not the page.
It's internal page 16, sir.
It's well.
Well, I've got 81. Turn page 16, I've got justification.
No, there are two sets of internal pages.
Yeah.
If you go to page 86 of the PDF, you see at the bottom of the page, page 16, and at the top of the page, it's page 81.
Thank you.
So it's either 16, 81 or 86.
Yeah. It's as straightforward as that. The unfortunate thing is that we've got the entire committee. So it's got more than one application being considered.
Bear with me, I'm scrolling through 86 of the PDF.
86.
Got it.
Good. And then we've got there block D, 25.8 meters above ground. The inspector can see.
Sorry, no, I haven't, because mine got blocks J on page 86 of the PDF.
Do you have block D, sir?
Okay.
That's right. And then there's block D at paragraph 35.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks. We're all on the same multiplicity of pages.
Paragraph numbers might have.
Well, paragraph numbers I did give, but don't worry so much about that. Can somebody turn their phone off? I think it has to be somebody near the one that's on, probably. Ah. It seems to have stopped now. Are you happy to continue, sir?
Yeah, I mean, is there any way of turning the disruption off? It is quite annoying.
Yes, off.
It's off it.
So as part of the balance that the local authority invites the inspector to make, we see A, B and C and L are the identified alleged harms. Just want to look just behind that. D, that is a block of 25.8 meters high, and you can see how it's disposed by looking at page 17, just above paragraph 36. Yes?
Sorry, say it again.
Ah. Are you on the right page?
Do you want to give me a paragraph number?
Yes, 35 is block D.
Yeah.
It's 25.8 meters high.
Yeah.
We can see how it's disposed, how it's set up by the north facing elevation, which is on page 17.
Yep.
Yep. As part of their invitation to the inspector to do the heritage balance, no allegation of any heritage harm in relation to that building.
No.
No, good, thank you. Now we're going to do this really quite quickly. Looking at E next. Building E is shown just above paragraph 37 and is 22.5 meters above ground level. Again, no allegation of heritage harm from block E.
In reason for refusal, no.
Yeah. Same in block F. Correct?
Yep.
And we see that. Can we go back to this document now, please? So the inspector is looking at blocks D, E and F, to which part of the allocation to which no townscape or heritage harm are raised, blocks D, E and F. Just as a matter of fact, Mr. Bevan, would set a new context for that part of the setting of the conservation area, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How far back does the conservation area go there?
It runs along the back of the old building lines.
Yeah. All right. Well, perhaps we can look at that with other witnesses, but we've seen that it's more than the facade, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And notwithstanding that, no heritage objections that the council are asking the inspector to put into the heritage balance in relations to D, E or F.
Say that again.
There are no heritage objections in relation to D, E and F.
No, we've established that.
Thank you very much. Good. And I could go through that with all of the rest of them, but I'm not going to. But apart from block L, about which we're going to have a separate part of this cross-examination, every single one of those blocks has not been identified as causing any heritage harm to either the conservation area or its setting, has it?
In the council's reasons of refusal, no.
Thank you very much. Good. Well, and that's what the council are asking the inspector, pursuant to their formal resolution, to consider, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much for that. It's all very good. Thank you. Can I now go to the part of this is the next heading. I want to go to the master plan, including height, scale and massing, part of the report to committee, please.
What paragraph number are we talking?
I'll tell you in a minute. I want to start at paragraph 213. Do you see on page 66? Oh,
Got it.
got it. You see on page 66, there's a heading, the master plan, including height, scale and massing.
I'm just reading through paragraph 213.
Yep. I'm just trying to put 213 in context and then I'll go to it.
Okay.
Now, this is in the report to committee, and it's under the heading, the master plan, including height, scale and massing, isn't it?
Yes, on the previous page.
Yeah, and this is the committee report, which is referred to in the minute that we looked at just a few moments ago in CD 33. Let's look at the conclusion of this section, please, which is at 213, dealing with master plan, including height, scale and massing as a generality, and then we look to see what it says about the various blocks. The master plan breaks down, it says, into 3 linear plots or development zones. It's useful to have this document out in front of us, which includes Aylesham Gardens, the workspace building, the Rye Lane frontage and blocks D, E and F. A central block with both individual and a smaller podium block with food and drink, and retail uses facing the Floral Walk and Aylesham Gardens, and the eastern podium blocks with taller buildings around the edges and the supermarket in the base. This simple layout would be permeable and would create routes and connections through the site with a hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by existing spaces in the Peckham area. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, first point, in terms of an overall summary of the master plan, including height, scale and massing, that is clearly saying that the layout is simple and would create routes and connections through the site with a hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by the existing spaces in the Peckham area.
That's what it says.
Yeah. Now, do you agree that in townscape terms, that is correct and accurate and a benefit?
In townscape terms, it's accurate in terms of the layout. In terms of benefit, one would have to consider it as part of the whole impact.
Yeah, of course. But in principle, a hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by existing spaces within the Peckham area would seem to be a good thing, wouldn't it?
In principle, yes.
Good, thank you. That's what. That's all that they're saying there so far. And in heritage terms, if in fact the character areas informing those spaces were part of the historic environment and or of the conservation area, and we look at this under another heading, then that sort of enhancement of the character of the area through increased permeability in principle would be a good thing.
Well, what we're talking about is the public realm within the development that's principally outside the conservation area. That's a different matter.
Yeah, well, no, because there are permeability aspects to blocks A, B and C, aren't there?
There are.
Yes.
But
Now, there's a difference between us here. We take the view, as do others, and I'll take my learned friend to those, but we take the view, as do others, that the permeability introduced to blocks A, B and C is a heritage benefit. You disagree?
I could disagree.
Yeah.
It's an urban design benefit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't say one way or another here, but it does say permeable, create routes, that's routes that don't exist, connections through the site, and there are some coming on to Rye Lane as a result of this, which is in the conservation area, and it says that that's informed by existing spaces in the Peckham area. Now, let's see if I can crystallise the difference between us. You believe that that is a townscape good, and I'm happy, I've just banked that into the townscape good section, but you are not so sure that it's a heritage benefit.
Yes.
Right, and that's for the inspector to decide when he sees what everybody says about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's fair. Can we go back then to 205? Because I want to see how they came to that conclusion and whether there are any heritage lessons for us in that. Extensive discussions have taken place with officers over the master plan for the site, including layout, access, tall buildings location, plus heights, and distribution of uses. That's all correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. The general master plan for the site would be structured around two main routes. We've just dealt with that. He says the officers then say these routes have been informed by a space syntax analysis which track people's movements across the site and is considered to be a sensible layout and would meet the requirements of the allocation. See that?
Yes, I'm not sure how you can do a space syntax analysis on a development that isn't there and track people's movements.
Well,
through that.
thankfully, you're not giving evidence on that.
No.
But it's done in every case. A space syntax analysis of anticipated movements.
Anticipated movements.
Yeah. Well, how else would you do it?
Well, it's suggested.
And shall we not go down that rabbit hole, please?
Okay.
I'm asking you about heritage.
Yeah.
Sensible layout would include, wouldn't it, the entrances in and the permeability through the Rye Lane frontage, which at present is a complete, I say monumental, you say massive, single interjection into the frontage.
In principle.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
In urban design terms.
Yeah, we can continue to agree to disagree about that if you like. The site would be further subdivided with a grid of development plots, the largest of which would be on the eastern side, etc. And then it deals with inside the site and a loop. That's definitely inside the site, isn't it?
Yes.
207, in addition, the main routes would traverse the main area of public realm in the site. Then we've got the reference to Aylesham Gardens, the green route, the floral walk, etc. Offering relief to density of the development with high quality open space. There would also be open space to the north of the site, which would sit behind some of the properties on Peckham High Street. The planning application sets out that it envisages that the rear of these neighbouring buildings would have double frontages in the future so that they could also open out into the site. I'll come back to that under another heading. Reinstating the street to Rye Lane with a replacement frontage building with both the larger southern access to the street behind and the northern alley access is considered to be a natural fit. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. That's in the conservation area, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's nothing that gives rise to the reason for refusal, which is to do with height, as we'll see in a minute. And so far as that is concerned, that is definitely a heritage benefit, as seen by officers.
No, it's an urban design benefit.
All right, okay. Reinstating the street to Rye Lane, that seems a bit historical to me, with a replacement frontage building, replacing that which is there and that which has always been there, seems like heritage to me, with both the larger southern access to the street behind and the northern alley access is considered to be a natural fit. Now, as I'm reading that, that's approbation from the officer relating to areas which the inspector might conceivably consider to be to do with heritage.
Conceivably.
All right, I notice exactly how you put that. 209. With regard to the locations of taller buildings, the applicant's team has worked constructively with officers to provide views from Peckham Road towards the Jones and Higgins building, and the taller building would be located towards the south of the site, leaving views of the head and shoulders of the Jones and Higgins clock tower free from a clutter of buildings in the background when approached from the north and the west. That's all heritage, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's the position of the local authority in the circumstances of working constructively with the appellant. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, good. 210, there's also a general acceptability of the organisation of heights across the site, with no building above the 20-storey height limit set out in NSP 74, and the taller buildings located on the eastern side. That's, again, clearly townscape and heritage, isn't it?
Yes. I would amplify that text as an expert witness. I don't think all the taller buildings are in the eastern part of the site.
Well, I mean, we've got your view on that. We've seen
Yes.
what the council are saying, and the inspector will need to judge. Look at the last line. The careful articulation of height has ensured that in the main, the master plan would appear in the backdrop of the more historic townscape in a layered arrangement, with most of the taller elements masked by lower buildings in the foreground. That is the formal position of officers reporting to elected members, which led to the reason for refusal, limiting objections to A, B, and C, and Block L. Correct?
Yeah.
Very much for that. All right. Can I now please go with you to the way in which elected members were told about the heritage impact and why it is that the reason for refusal is so tightly identified. Good, thank you. There's a section called heritage impact, isn't there?
What's the paragraph?
Just bear with me. Yes, it is, begins at paragraph 230.
Yeah.
Can I start, please, with the Jones and Higgins impact, which you spent a lot of time on in your examination in chief? It's at page 76, 241. Now,
which document are we?
Still in the same document. I'll tell you when we change document. Yeah. Still in the same one, Mr. Bevan.
Is there a question there?
No, I'm just waiting for you to get to the document before I ask the question. I've been tripped up with that one before. Yeah. 241.
Sorry, 241.
Yes. Page 76, paragraph 241.
Okay, got you. Yep.
Jones and Higgins is a non-designated heritage asset, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. We see it on the next page with the development in place.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a non-designated heritage asset, but I don't think there's any doubt it's also a positive contributor in terms of the conservation area.
Agreed.
And it was in that context that you spent most of the time looking at it yesterday, both as a part of the conservation area, but also as a non-designated heritage asset locally listed.
Yes.
So I just want to see what the council members were told about this when they framed the reason for refusal, which, as I understand, is not being amended, altered, or expanded. The important local landmark of townscape value sits pride of place at the junction of.
What paragraph?
Oh, it's the same paragraph, 241.
241. That's a previous page.
No, but sorry, I don't make it. It's difficult enough at inquiries of this nature for witnesses, so I'm not going to make a point. Yes.
We were on the next page. You just directed me to the next page.
Yeah, that's a very, very fair point. And I'm not getting cross with him. 241. This important local landmark of townscape value sits pride of place at the junction of Rye Lane and Peckham High Street. Whilst it has been altered historically, it still has architectural detail and a cultural impact upon the locality and is a positive reminder of the area's town centre prosperity. See that? The taller buildings in the site have been clustered away from the head and shoulders of the clock, and in views from Peckham Road to the top of the clock tower outline would remain free from clutter when viewed in the more important views along Peckham High Street from the west. Now, let's just break that down. What that does is describe a process that officers and the appellant went through in order to seek to ensure that the relationship of the proposals with the Jones and Higgins building, in the particular views there identified, was an appropriate one, wasn't it?
Yes, that was
Good.
the
Thank you very much. It identifies that some views of the Jones and Higgins building are more important than others.
It says that, yes.
Good, thank you. Can we read what is then said later, 242? The taller buildings would come into view in some townscape views, but there would be many other uncluttered views available within the street. As a matter of fact, do you agree with that?
Agreed. Yes, I do agree.
Good, thank you. In closer experience of the Jones and Higgins building, the development would be visible as a new piece of townscape, replacing the out of character and dated Aylesham Centre facade on Rye Lane. Do you agree?
Yes.
And that's what proposed view 6 is showing, isn't it?
Proposed view 12 above, you mean? Or
No.
6 below?
Well, but you could go to both, frankly.
6
but
below.
yeah, 6 below.
It's showing that.
But I'm happy for you to go to both. And then this, in many respects, it has become apparent during the course of pre-app discussions how important it has been for the design to be shaped around these views of the Jones and Higgins building. You don't deny that, do you?
No.
Then it goes on to say, nonetheless, it is considered that there is some impact to the locally listed Jones and Higgins building, especially due to the discordant scale and massing of the new Rye Lane frontage. So that's to do with the scale and mass of the Rye Lane frontage, isn't it?
Agreed.
Yeah. So that's what we're identifying there, the scale of mass. Then it goes on to ascribe harm to the non-designated heritage asset, and it says less than substantial harm to the setting mid-level. We can have a debate as to whether that's the appropriate thing to do with non-designated heritage assets, but that's what it does. Then can we look at Shards Terrace, please? Because the inspector is going to have to identify what the nature and scale of the harm alleged by the council is in order properly to undertake the balance, isn't he?
So 244, right?
Yeah. Good. So what we've got to do here, just reminding ourselves where this all fits in, the inspector's got to identify appropriately the harm of the existing situation to the character and appearance of the conservation area, and then has got to identify the nature and extent of any harm, if there is any, from the proposal as a whole, by reference to its impact on heritage assets. Shards Terrace. These are locally listed buildings, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, what the council are doing in terms of its balancing exercise leading to that reason for refusal, as it is stated, is to say this, in terms of Shards Terrace, explains what they are, where their significance is. Can we look at the last line, please? It is considered that this impact would not harm its significance as a Victorian town centre terrace. That's an explanation as to why we're looking at A, B and C and the conservation area and not Shards Terrace, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. And then we've got another Peckham High Street list. 245 over the page. These are all referred to in your evidence. What the officers there thought after this interaction with the officers and appellants was that these buildings would create a group of buildings facing north, fronting onto Peckham Yards, which would improve the immediate setting of the rear of these group of buildings. That's the finding of officers there. Clearly no harm, we've agreed that. No harm to be put into the balance, but that's an improvement, isn't it?
According to the officer's report, yes.
Okay. Baptist Chapel, which again we saw yesterday, no allegation of harm to Baptist Chapel in the reason for refusal or in the balance that the local authority asks the inspector to engage in. And 247, paragraph dealing specifically with that, it's therefore considered that the proposals would preserve the significance of this grade 2 listed building. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Same for 58 Peckham Street. This is a listed building and therefore of national importance. The proposed development would be visible within the setting of the building, but it's considered that they would preserve its significance. And the reason there is given. The 18th century house is nestled in the middle of a terrace and the upper stories are glimpsed over a Victorian shop, build-out and modern shop front. Its primary significance lies in its materiality and it's lost its original neighbours. It contributes positively to the conservation area by adding to the tapestry of ages. The proposed development would be visible in the setting of the building, but it's considered that they would preserve its significance. Now, if elected members, in framing their reason for refusal, thought that there was harm to a Grade 2 nationally listed building, they would have said so, wouldn't they?
Yes, although that paragraph is not factually entirely accurate.
But it's no part of the council's case at this inquiry that there is harm to a Grade 2 listed building.
Only as a component of the conservation.
Only as a component of the conservation area. Okay, let's see whether anybody else runs with that in terms of the analysis undertaken here. Here, that Grade 2 listed building is considered to be preserved, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Then we go to the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph, it's set out at 237 and subsequent paragraphs. You went to them, I'm not sure you did go to them yesterday, so let's spend a bit of time on this.
Yeah.
At 237, the designed to follow the street alignment of the existing historic bookends, important conservation area, these being the Jones and Higgins buildings to the north and the former bank building to the south. While the design of these blocks reflects a degree of articulation arising from a collaboration of three architects commissioned to design this part of the master plan, it would tower over its historic bookends. That's the allegation of height, isn't it?
I would question some of the facts in that paragraph as well.
Okay, well, listen, this is the case that is presented in terms of the identification of the reason for refusal that we looked at earlier. And we know, because we went to it yesterday, that officers found that there was a mid to high level of harm to the conservation area as a result of that impact.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's see how that's dealt with later, please, because we got conclusion on heritage impact set out.
What paragraph are we looking at?
I'm looking at paragraph. First, I'm going to look at paragraph 255. Do you have that?
Yes.
Having recognised the level of harm arising, just looked at that, the scale and design of the Rye Lane frontage blocks A, B and C, paragraph 215 of the NPPF requires the level of harm to be weighed, I think is missing, in the balance against the public benefits of the proposal, including its optimum viable use. Yeah?
Yeah.
It says, in this case, the harm would be localized and focused on this key frontage of the conservation area.
Agreed.
See that?
Yeah.
And for reasons we'll come to in a minute, that's very carefully and deliberately chosen, localized and focused on this key frontage of the conservation area. Yes?
Focus as in that's the core.
Yeah. No, read the words. In this case, the harm would be localized and focused on this key frontage.
I don't read focused as only.
No.
I mean focused.
Oh, I agree. Focused means focused.
Yeah.
So the officers have chosen to do that. In this case, the harm would be local. This is to do with blocks A, B, and C. The harm would be localized and focused on this key frontage. Now, we all know what localized means, and I think we all know what focused means, but let's look at the key frontage. The key frontage that it's alleged is going to be harmed is the one that we've all agreed is, apart from the old store, the one that we've said is harmful to the conservation area as a whole, the key frontage.
We're talking the east frontage between Rye Lane and Peckham High Street. So that's what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're talking
Not
about the
between
frontage
Rye
that's made up by
Hanover Park.
the Aylesham Centre.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So we've got alleged harm here, which is localized and focused on the key frontage, and the key frontage is the Aylesham Centre, which we think you've misinterpreted in terms of the extent of harm, but you all agree that there is harm. And that is what it is that the public benefits are then said to need to be weighed against. See that? That's the reason for refusal, in a nutshell. The localized and focused harm to the key frontage, but that's the frontage that's rubbish, against the benefit.
Well, it's not just the frontage that's rubbish. It includes 2 locally listed buildings.
Yes, yeah. Well, we've very carefully gone through that. That's really helpful. Thank you very much. Now, next heading is, you've read this report, haven't you?
Which report?
This report to committee that we are now in the middle of looking at.
Yes.
Yeah. And officers were never saying, were they, that localized and focused harm to that frontage was, if you like, in any view, capable of being sufficiently overcome by public benefits. So it's the inspector's point. How do we properly calibrate the harm?
Yes.
At no stage did officers say this harm is so significant that it can't be overtaken by public benefits. They never said that.
No.
No. All right. But let's see what they did say, because this is relevant to heritage and to the calibration. Look at the next paragraph, please. 256. Halfway down that paragraph, explain that ABC would fail to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area in their position, in their view. And then they say this: whilst the delivery of 35% affordable housing may have been sufficient to outweigh this heritage harm on the basis of public benefits, this is not considered to be the case for the 12% affordable housing. Yeah. See that? Now, you're not the affordable housing person. I'm not going to ask you affordable housing questions. But when they did what the inspector's asking us to do, which is to properly calibrate the harm, they didn't set the harm at a level that was simply not capable of being overcome by public benefits, did they?
No.
No. Good. Thank you very much for that. Now, given all that, what we've got now before the inspector is a requirement to consider what the public benefits really are, and to set that against wherever the inspector finds harm, no harm, or calibrated harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much for that. I won't go into that any further. Might that be a sensible time for a break, sir?
Yes, sir.
So we'll take a pause there for 20 minutes. Thank you. continue.
Thank you very much. We're looking at, as we were just before the break, with this inspector's issue of calibrating the extent of alleged harm. And we looked at paragraphs 255 and 256. And I think you accepted that the council weren't saying that this was a level of harm that couldn't ever be outweighed by public benefit. And we were looking at the report to committee in that context, remember?
Yes, that's the council's view
Yeah.
in that report.
Yep. Good, thank you. Can we see how that was expressed, please, in the meeting to elected members? Just so we're all clear that what I've said is right. You need to go to PDF page 155.
PDF which of
Which page is this then?
See if you've got that.
8.01.
Yeah.
One, yeah. The Alston appendix,
It's page 1.
page 155.
And I'm going to look at internal pages 3 and 4, bottom right. Somebody ought to invent a protocol that barristers and witnesses are obliged to use in circumstances like this, so that we all use one identification tool, not many. Are you there?
No, I don't think I am. Page 155.
Yeah, that's the beginning, 155, and I'm asking you to turn to page 3 and to page 4. Struck me, maybe I should have done this before the break. Apologies. Yes, 158 and 159, I'm told.
Just so I'm clear, this is the transcript.
That's it, yes. Exactly that, sir.
I'm having trouble finding it on this on the website.
Up to page number.
Yes, but this is an appendix. Page number spelled.
No, the page, the PDF page.
So, just while there's a hiatus, and just to reassure you, this cross-examination will extend beyond my time estimate, but I'm very comfortable that when you add that to the other time estimate I've given in relation to heritage, we'll be back on track. Yeah. Sorry, Richard, I should have done. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
So it's page 3.
It's page 3 and page 4.
Yeah.
Which I'm told is 158 and 159. Most importantly, sir, are you there? Yeah.
Fine.
Oh, you're second most important. I'm going to stick with second, just to be polite.
Apologies, the PDF pages aren't coming up.
Okay, no, and again, I don't mean to be grumpy with you. That's not my role in life. All right, so let me put this into context. And again, I'm not going to ask you about the balance, but it's about the calibration of the harm and how, if you like, officers deal with it. Do you see on 158 at paragraph 1.27, it says, in this instance, officers considered that the harm would be medium to a high level of less than substantial harm, and it wouldn't be outweighed by the public benefits owing to the low level of affordable housing. See that?
Yes.
Right. We're going to take that up with other people as to whether that was right or not. But let's look at the harm as the officer characterises it in 125. As stated, the western part of the site sits on the Rye Lane Conservation Area, and predominant building heights along this section of the street are 3 to 5 stories high. The application proposes to build 7 stories along the streets, and officers consider that the height and massing would fail to preserve the character and appearance of that part of the conservation area. We disagree with that, but that's what the officer was telling elected members. Now, can we look, please, at 123? There it says, paragraph 123, page 3, officers advised the applicant that the reduction in the affordable homes meant that the public benefits of the proposal would no longer be sufficient. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which tends to suggest that they were sufficient previously, no longer sufficient to outweigh some heritage harm which would occur as a result of the proposal. Now let's go back please to paragraph 255 with that in mind. And this idea, the inspector's idea of calibrating properly the extent of harm. You've already agreed that nobody was saying that it was a degree of harm across the proposal as a whole, which meant that it could never be outweighed. And we've seen that it was no longer sufficient. So previously, it clearly was thought to be sufficient to outweigh. You can't read that in any other way, can you?
I don't think it's definitive, but it suggests that, yes.
Yeah, good. So it's interesting, isn't it? The inspector might be interested in how officers had set that balance previously in order to come to the conclusion that it was sufficient to outweigh the harm, but wasn't now. Because the harm doesn't change, does it?
No.
No, the harm, whatever it is, would stay the same.
Yeah.
The only thing that's changed is affordable housing, and we're having that debate elsewhere. But the harm that's relied on now to say it doesn't outweigh public benefit hasn't changed. So how would officers have rationalised, let's think, how would officers have rationalised granting permission with 35%? Because that approach, that method, is an important consideration, and the inspector might want to employ it or to consider it at least. Let's go back to 255. Having recognised the level of harm arising, that's the inspector's calibration, in this case, the scale and design of frontage of blocks A, B and C, paragraph 215 of the MPPF requires decision makers to consider the level of harm in the balance against the public benefits of the proposal in securing its optimum viable use. Then here they calibrate the harm, don't they? They say in this case, the harm would be localised and focused on the key frontage of the conservation area. The public benefits which can be considered include the new public realm, which would also be available to people in the area, the new retail uses, workspaces and housing, as well as any heritage benefits. The provision of affordable housing is a key consideration. And then we go down to 256.
Just
yes, sorry.
About ABC here.
Yeah, just about ABC. Well,
Yeah.
no, this is the whole heritage section. Conclusion on heritage impacts.
So paragraph 255 talks about ABC.
Yeah, that's right. But it's under the heading conclusion on heritage impacts.
Yeah.
Because, of course, as we'll see in a short while, there were no heritage impacts apart from this recognised by the officers when they undertook this balance. But sorry, 255, localised and focused on this key frontage. And then 256, whilst the delivery of 35% affordable housing may have been sufficient to outweigh this heritage harm, that's the heritage harm that is localised and focused on the key frontage. That's how they were doing the balance, wasn't it?
It depends how you're interpreting focused.
No, it doesn't, with the greatest of respect. Yeah. However you interpret focused, you know, I'm going to say it again, not my first language, but I think I'm probably understanding it correctly here. Localised and focused on this key frontage means that it's local to the area and that the harm is mostly directed to the key frontage. But, I mean, you can't read it any other way, can you?
Well, you can. You can read it as that is the core of the harm, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm happy for it to read would be localised and the core of the harm on this key frontage, but I prefer focused because that's the word that the officers use. Okay, thank you very much. So we can see here the reasoning which would have led officers to say 35% is enough, because the harm which we've looked at, which is identified in the range of less than substantial harm, is localised and focused on this key frontage.
That's what the wording says, yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Next heading is to look at what is proposed at buildings A, B and C. What is proposed at buildings A, B and C. And here you need to pick up the architect's proof, please? I'm assuming you've got that separately.
I have.
Good. Can we go to page 78, please? And we also have your very helpful photographs from yesterday on page 5.
Yeah. Page 5. Yeah.
I don't know whether you have that from yesterday, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Go to page 78, and there we've got it's a elevation, and I think it's a true elevation. So we all bear in mind the consequences of looking at true elevations, because you don't ever read the building as such. But it's helpful just to identify one or two things that I'd like to identify with you, please. First, what all three architects have done is to provide a unified shop frontage at the base level, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's historically how it always was. Look at your plate 5, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And that derived directly from a request from officers. You weren't involved, but I take you to the part of the report to committee where they deal with this, and I'll ask Mr. Lewis, and I'll ask others to deal with how it came about. But let's see what officers say. So we've got a unified frontage, just as shown in your 5.
Unified shop fronts. Yeah.
Shop fronts, yeah, unified shop fronts. Back to the report to committee, CD 31, page 67.
Can I have paragraph number, please?
214, yeah, Mr. Bevan, exactly right. Maybe it should always be done by paragraph numbers.
Yeah.
Blocks A, B, and C, we know from looking at the transcript that the officers thought there was harm from height and mass. I'm not talking about that now. The inspector's got to do this balance, identifying the extent of alleged harm. Blocks A, B, and C would sit within the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area. It is considered that the design of the block has been successfully articulated as a vertical framework with tall ground floor shop fronts facing the street and a coherent style, taking its cues from the historic shop fronts found in the Jones and Higgins department store, which formerly occupied the site. That's one of the things they're talking about in that quote, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. But they're also talking about vertical framework and design successfully being articulated, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And what the inspector's got to do is to look at that facade and that front and the articulation that's there being praised by officers. It's not the only thing. And then to look at how that compares with what we saw at the beginning of this cross-examination. One of the things the inspector has to do to decide whether it is better or worse or, yeah, good. Thank you very much for that. Then the officers went on to say the locations of the routes through this frontage, comprising a smaller, more intimate alley to the north. That's the one which allows the Head and Shoulders building to sit by itself. And a large double height cut through to the south are welcomed. Successful elements of these include glazing lining the passageways, presenting opportunities for activity and overlooking. The overall height of this block is, however, a significant concern. Okay? Yep. So there's the isolation of the issue. But going back to the other elements, do you remember right the way back towards the beginning of the cross-examination, you said the cut-throughs, the lanes, etc., were townscape advantages, but not heritage advantages. The officers seem to think different. The locations of the routes through this frontage, comprising smaller, more intimate alley to the north and double height cut through to the south, are welcomed. And what they're doing there is, in this key part, this key frontage of the conservation area, they are welcoming permeability, aren't they?
Yes.
And it says this: the Heritage Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment submitted includes local view 9, 32 and 33. Oh, sorry, that's dealing with something different, which I am going to come back to. No, I'm coming back to it in relation to this witness's evidence on another matter. That's why it's marked, and it's not relevant to this. Can we go back, please, to the architectural proof?
Yeah. It's 78 still.
It is page 78 still. Now, I'm going to ask you here about this issue of scale.
Yeah.
Do you remember we had the sort of shard discussion earlier, and the importance of differentiating between height and scale?
Yes.
And scale are the component parts of a building, and the component parts of this building are all domestic in scale. The windows are domestic in scale, aren't they?
I disagree.
Right. So let's start with that in terms. If you look at the windows on this document,
yeah,
and then compare it to the existing position. Let's see if we can get to it this way. The existing position, which has components that are smaller scale. Is it this, or is it the existing position with which you compare it? This. Yeah. And why is it this compared to, let's pick up Mr. Eldridge's evidence again, please. Why is this a building with smaller scale components than that one?
Only some of the components are smaller scale.
Yeah. Well, let's start. Should we start with the fenestration? Should we start with the fenestration, please?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a matter entirely for the inspector, but that is clearly, in terms of scale and in terms of animation and in terms of the dimensions of each of those windows, that is smaller in scale than that.
they can't be looked at in isolation. It makes this,
No.
it's not a proposition that makes
But
sense.
see, I've heard what you've said about the building as a whole, and I've listened very carefully to that. I'm entitled to break down what your concerns are, and we have agreed that the test for the inspector is whether we are better or worse than that in terms of character and appearance.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of the scalar components of this, we've got domestic windows in a domestic building which read as such.
No, it's not in a domestic build, not
Right.
domestically scaled
Okay.
building. It's
So
not
why do you say that these? Well, first of all, do you say that these are, in scalar terms, better or worse than the scale of the components here?
what in scalar terms?
The various components. Let's start with windows.
I think it's useless to try and.
Well, leave that to the
isolate
inspector. Look, I'm here to ask.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not being grumpy.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get through. Yeah.
What we're talking about here is the overall fenestration within that overall height of a facade, the bays in which that fenestration is organised, etc., etc.
Yeah.
To just pick out windows.
I couldn't agree more. And then the inspector has to look and see whether this would be a better contribution in those terms than this.
Yeah.
And we've got the position from officers that it's a successful articulation with vertical framework, ground floor shop fronts facing the street, coherent style, taking its cues from historic shop fronts found in the Jones and Higgins department store, which formerly occupied the site. Now, if the inspector agrees with that, surely, and let's assume you agree with it, put yourself in the, I know,
anyway,
but if you were to agree with that, it would be unreasonable, wouldn't it, to conclude that that was better in those terms?
No.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good for me. Thank you. In terms then next, please, of the.
I meant it wouldn't be unreasonable to disagree.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Quality of materials, please, and expression. You've seen some of the other buildings of the master plan and the other architects, because they're all set out in the proofs.
Yes.
Yes. And it's because you've got a good architect, as Mr. Gray used to say, doesn't mean you've got a good building, but it's a good start. And from what you're able to see from their previous work, which we will ask the inspector to go and see, and from the drawings and the illustrations, what is proposed at this important frontage, key frontage, will be of significantly greater quality than that which we've got at present, won't it?
If it was at an appropriate scale, maybe yes, but it's not at an appropriate scale.
When you say scale, you mean height, I think. But,
no, I don't mean height.
All right, fair enough. I can't. But yes is the answer I've got. The public areas inside the public areas inside the development, but also the public areas associated with the conservation area, are all also high quality. You've agreed that permeability is in townscape terms a good thing, but in heritage terms as well, that those public areas that allow you to get to the other parts of the conservation area and the setting of the conservation area will all be of high quality, won't they?
They don't allow you to get to the parts of the conservation area. They get you from the conservation area to outside the conservation area. We're talking about the two costs.
No. Hang on a minute. We've agreed, haven't we, that the boundary of the conservation area is in the facade?
No, we didn't.
No. Yes, we did. We looked at the.
No, I said the back of the building.
The back of the buildings.
Yeah.
Exactly. So once you're past the facade, you're still in the conservation area, aren't you?
Are you talking about the existing Aylesham Centre or the proposal?
Both.
No, that's different, isn't it?
Well, why is it different?
Because it's a different arrangement.
So hang on a minute. I thought we'd agreed this really clearly. Let's take it for example.
Yeah.
If you go down the new passage, which is to the left of
The clock tower.
building A, no, to the right of the clock tower, to the left of building A.
Yeah.
and you're in that passage,
Yeah.
you're in the conservation area still.
For the first few yards, yes, yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much. And immediately you're past whatever the first few yards are,
Yeah.
and we'll need to measure this perhaps. You're still within the setting of the conservation area.
Yes.
And you're still experiencing the conservation area if you're walking towards it, and you'll have the memory of it if you're walking away from it.
Agreed.
It's a historic point that is quite rightly made here.
It's not a historic point, it's a new relationship that's being set up.
Right. Okay. If the inspector believes that new relationship is a benefit, then it's a heritage benefit, isn't it?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, I'm going to leave that there and get Mr. Eldridge to speak to that. But again, coming back to where we began, if the inspector takes the view that in the round, this proposal, including what we've just been looking at, but all the other things as well, if the inspector takes the view that that is better than or neutral in net terms, then the heritage balance doesn't even need to be struck.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. Thank you very much. That's the end of that one. Next heading is Block L. And there's a sort of short way of doing this and a sort of longer way of doing it. Can we pick up CD 3.2, please?
The supplemental addendum.
Yes, yes. Now, what happens is that local authorities make resolutions, have them noted, and then act upon them. Tell me when you're there,
I'm
please.
here.
Good.
Well, which paragraph do you want?
I'm going to look at paragraph 6, because this was the way in which the reason for refusal was amended, which led to the resolution that we looked at earlier, and we'll probably need to look at again in a few minutes. Do you see that there were words added?
Yes.
And the words added were, the scheme would also result in harm to the townscape owing to the excessive height of proposed Block L.
Yeah.
So here the officers are suggesting to elected members that there's a concern with Block L and its townscape. And then the reason is given underneath, which couldn't be clearer. The officer report identifies that townscape harm would arise from the height of the proposed Block L, but concludes, look at the conclusion, that it would not cause any heritage harm. The putative reason for refusal has therefore been amended to reflect this.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm right that that's what that amendment to the proposed putative reason was for, and we know from our previous exercise that the putative reason for refusal was in fact amended with that in mind.
Yes.
Good. And therefore, the formal position of the authority here stated in the putative reason for refusal, and the reason I intervened right at the beginning was that this putative reason for refusal was identified in the express knowledge that this inquiry would be taking place and there'd been an appeal against non-determination.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's so critical. Makes it clear that in terms of the position that the council takes in its reason for refusal, reference to block L is a townscape reference and not an allegation of harm to the conservation area.
Yes.
Good. And nobody's suggesting that that reason for refusal be altered, or we're past that. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Can I just explore with you why that view might have been taken, and that is the formal view set out in the reason for refusal, relying on the conclusion to the heritage section, which we already looked at. Can we go to view 17, please?
Within which document?
Well, it's the HTVIA, but view 17 appears in lots of places. So I've got it in the appendices of Mr. Etheridge, for example.
Okay, in his appendices. Okay.
It's the view from the Stirling Prize winning Peckham Library.
In the appendices, I've got only views up to view 9.
No, I think then. I wonder, we've got a hard copy, haven't we? Yeah. Mr. Mohammed is right. Fair enough. Thank you. Are you happy to have a paper one, sir? I don't think we're suggesting you need to take it away with you, but for the purpose of the inquiry. Are you there now?
No, it's that appendices has only got
So,
to
just
9.
just to interject, I think
Yeah.
the appellants were preparing you a set of hard copy documents as per your request, including the HTVIA.
I'm sure that's right. Sure, that's right. Yeah.
I think so perhaps you're missing a bundle of documents from the appellant.
I don't know. Can we
Missing
do
a
that
hard
outside?
copy of documents.
Yeah.
I did request a hard copy of.
Yes, and I thought that it had been fulfilled on the first day when you brought in a massive pile of stuff like that.
That was my copy.
Ah, right.
The appellant was asked to produce a copy for pins, and
Right.
I asked for a copy of what.
I don't know whether we've done that or not, and I'll check, sir.
We'll deal with that. You've got the
Yeah.
HTVIA now. We'll deal with the
I
rest.
think we understood that. Anyway, let's not go there. So can we go to the existing, please?
Sorry, view number what?
17.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what we can identify block L, can't we?
17 proposed.
Yeah, that would be in the proposed. Yeah,
Yeah.
Not there yet. So it's there off to the left. Do you have that, sir? There's block L, and the.
On 121, I've got a proposed Peckham Square.
That's it, sir.
View 17, yeah.
And that the
Yeah.
green building to the left is the library, and the building that you see in the orange colour is block L, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes. Okay. Just
one of them, yeah.
yeah, one of them. And the buildings to the right and behind it, are they part of the development?
To the right and behind it, they appear to be, yes.
Yes, and to the right of that again, they're all part of the proposals to which no heritage impact is taken at all. Am I correct?
In the council's reports, yes.
Well, in the council's reason for refusal and in the identification of those heritage impacts which are the subject of complaints that have gone into the balance.
In my expert witness, I've made clear that looking at the historic townscape as well as the townscape, I accept that's not what was done at the time of the officer report.
Well, and it's not in the reason for refusal.
It can be by extension, I think.
Oh, okay, but there we are. We've got it and we've understood it. We know that that allocation is, it is said, and we agree, critical to the meeting of the housing needs of Peckham.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for that. Now, the next view was view 37. And in introducing this, my learned friend put it to you that this was a townscape impact view, and you agreed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I needn't chase that down any further than that. Thank you. On the final trail, there is only one very, very brief reference to the design brief. So the next heading is the design brief. There's only one reference to the design brief in your proof at all. And I wonder whether you even remember making it, but there is just one reference. You don't analyse the proposal pursuant to the design brief at all, do you?
Because it's not council policy.
Well, hang on a minute. The NPPF isn't council policy. It's a material consideration.
Well, it's not policy at all.
Is it a material consideration? The design brief?
I'd say that's debatable.
Right. Well, let's explore that, shall we? Are you saying you didn't consider the design brief because it's not a material consideration?
Yes.
Right. And if you're wrong on that, you've missed out an entire element of consideration if the inspector thinks that it is a material consideration.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Does the council think it's an immaterial consideration?
I can't answer that.
Well, have you asked the council whether
We
they
have discussed it. Yeah.
Yes, and do they think it's an immaterial consideration? Is that
My
a proper
advice
question?
being is this not adopted policy?
It's not adopted policy, no, but it never was intended to be.
No,
Can we look
exactly.
at, can we look, please, to see how it came about? It came about, and if you don't know, please say, it came about after the failure of a previous application.
Yes.
And it was suggested that the owners of the site and the local authority should put together a brief and that a new architect be instructed.
The owners of the site put together a brief which they can discuss with the council.
Right, no, I'm going to just ask the question again.
Yeah.
There was a specific request, and we've got it in writing, but I needn't go to it now.
Yeah.
A specific request from the council that the architect be replaced.
Yeah.
Right. And that a brief for the architect be prepared. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And that the council be part of that process, including interviewing the architects.
I don't know about that.
It's in the evidence.
I will accept it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that the council would also engage in the preparation of a brief.
They were engaged. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Can we pick up, please, again, the appendices to my planning witnesses proof? And can we go to Appendix E?
Give me the document number.
Yep.
Is this 807-1?
One. Yeah, I'm a learned friend, Miss. My learned friend's giving me the reference just shortly.
Appendix E.
Page 219.
Again, the PDF here doesn't have pages. So, Appendix E.
No, there's appendices to appendices. You get out to get it off.
You have this document, sir?
Appendix key extracts.
That's it. That's it. And you need to go, what's that? What's this page?
Yeah.
I don't know whether you've seen this before, but as part of the community engagement on this application, the council has a rolling, still up in fact, a rolling website explaining the process and how it's come about. And this is the Aylesham Centre, so we can look at it. There's an overview, there are public drop-in centres, new housing, shopping, transport, the impact on local traders, how we will support local traders, GP surgeries. I'm reading through the pages, so I hope you're following. How we will deliver the maximum benefit, etc. Community engagement. And then there's one which starts on 232, the Aylesham Centre. Yes? The Aylesham Shopping Centre in Rye Lane, Peckham, is owned by Barclay. Barclay plans to redevelop the site, mainly to build new housing, but also new retail workshop space, etc. Following feedback from the community on early versions of the plan, Barclay assembled a new design team. But I'm very happy to talk that, but I don't really want to. Perfect, thank you, whoever did that. Following feedback from community on early versions of the plan, Barclay assembled a new design team in summer 2023. Since then, it has worked closely with the council to produce a fresh design brief and further develop its plans for the case. Fresh design brief. Worked closely with the council. Right. Okay. So we can look at exactly how closely that relationship was with another witness, but this fresh design brief was seen to be important enough and material enough to be telling the elected, to be telling the electors of this local authority, particularly those in the Aylesham Centre objection community, that it existed. Yes. Did you know that before I just pointed it out to you, that it was produced closely with the council? You did. Why didn't you say something about that in your proof then? No, I know. It's not adopted policy, but it's a design brief, isn't it? Thank you.
Right.
The design brief specifically to develop its plans for the site in conjunction with the local authority. Now, what does the NPPF say about the need for close pre-application discussion between local authorities and applicants?
Direct me to it.
Can we go to the NPPF? Just bear with me. It's a good question. Do you have yours to hand, sir? NPPF?
No, I can get there. They just, please continue.
Thank you.
So can we just also take stock of the dates on these documents? Because again, we're missing out some crucial facts here. Design brief May.
Yep.
Pre-appointment of architects.
Yes. No, exactly.
Sentence just read out. Since then.
Yes.
Since the assembly of the design team.
No, but that's not the design team involving this architect. If my learned friend.
It is facts. Facts are important.
Yeah. No.
DRMM were appointed in the summer of 2023.
They were. Yes.
Since then.
Yes.
Since then.
Yes.
So we're not talking about the design brief document dated May before the appointment of DRMM.
Well, is there another design brief document?
Well, the design.
Is there another design brief document?
So the design brief is dated May
Yes.
2023.
Yeah,
So this is talking about something after.
No, it's not. It's inaccurate as to date, but accurate as to involvement.
Since.
Inaccurate as to date. We've got all of the documents before the inquiry. So,
but this document doesn't help you.
No, it does.
It says this is talking about something that's happened since
no,
the
it's
summer
not,
of 2023.
because it's getting the date wrong. And
Following feedback, so it
Yeah.
reads, following the feedback from the community on early versions of the plan,
Yep.
Berkeley assembled a new design team in summer 2023.
Yep.
And then the next line is, since then, it has worked closely.
Yeah, it's wrong.
The engagement that it's talking about is what has happened
No.
after the assembly of the new design team.
No, because when we see the assembly and the identification, and the brief came before the architects. And
So this is referring to something else.
Mr. Wilson sits behind you.
This is referring to something else, isn't it?
It's not. No, it's referring to the only design brief.
So the point is that there's a chronology here.
But there's not. The chronology is wrong. Could I please continue the cross-examination? We can deal with this outside of the inquiry.
Well, so I object to it being put in those terms, because the design brief that you're referring to is dated May.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is talking about something which happened since the summer of 2023.
And it's wrong.
Which is after May.
It's wrong on that.
Well,
and my learned friend's not listening.
No, I am listening.
But simply wrong.
No, Mr. Harris can keep shouting over me, but the proposition that he's putting is that this is reference to a document in May 2023.
Yeah.
And it's not, is it?
Well, it is, because the date is wrong, but the engagement took place. Let me ask you this in a different way. There is a design brief, isn't there?
Yes.
Yes. You've discussed it with a local authority, haven't you?
In the course of this inquiry,
Yes.
Pre-inquiry preparation, yes.
They were involved in the production of the design brief.
They were, I believe there were workshops, yes.
They then sat in on the interview for the architect, the design brief being created before the architect was appointed.
Yeah.
And here's why this date can't be right. The whole purpose of the design brief was to set up and allow architects to tender for the brief, which the council had been engaged in.
Yes.
There is no other design brief, is there?
I think what we're talking about in that document we've just referred to is what has evolved since then.
There's no other design brief, is there?
Since that was in May, and this talks about what happened during.
We've got an agreed CD list with a design brief in it. There is no other design brief, is there?
But this was before the architects were appointed.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Before the architects were appointed. So if this is referring to a design brief, there is only one, although it had various iterations.
Yeah.
It came before the architect.
Yeah.
Well, so what this says about the council's involvement, council's own words, in the design brief can only be to the design brief that's before the inquiry, can't it?
The proposition that's being put is that the word "since then" should be read as "before then" in this document.
Oh.
And that's in the word you use in opening, a comical suggestion, because the word "since then" mean after.
Yeah, but we know we've got the design brief. It's the only design brief. Let me come back to the question. You've chosen not to look at the design brief or to comment upon it in a way with your expert evidence before the inquiry.
I have looked at the design brief.
Well, you've chosen to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. If the inspector, having regard to all of the evidence and all of the accurate dates, concludes that the design brief is a material consideration, then you've left it out of account.
I don't think it makes a difference to the level of harm I see caused by the proposal, irrespective of whether a brief existed or not.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. We will have to go through the chronology in a little more detail as a result of my learned friend's intervention. But so long as I'm clear, there is no other design brief in the core documents or anywhere else, then
It's that document.
yeah, is wrong.
You could go to the design brief and say that that's dated May.
Yeah.
But that document is referring to what happened after the design,
Well,
because that's how time works.
yes, I understand how time works, only too well at the minute. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you. Methodology next, please. Methodology. You took issue with some of the methodology set out in the Townscape Consultancy's documents. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's see where this goes. There's no allegation in relation to the adequacy of the environmental statement, of which the TVIA forms an important part, is there?
Yeah,
Legal adequacy.
No.
No. All right. Okay. Well, I think I can deal with that in submissions. But just before we go there, can we look at what the GLA said about that document? And they probably see as many of these documents as anybody else, don't they, the GLA? Mr. Bevan?
Say it again.
They probably see as many of these documents as anybody else.
We were wanting the GLA's opinion.
No, I'm not asking you to turn to anything yet. I'm asking you whether the GLA see as many of these documents as most people.
Which documents?
I'm asking you about the methodology of the TVIA.
Yeah.
You've already agreed that the TVIA is an important component of the ES, and there's no legal allegation of inadequacy re the TVIA or the ES.
No.
Right. The GLA probably look at more of these than anybody else, don't they?
No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's CD 7.6. Got my reference a little wrong there, just bear with me. Let me know when you're there. Yeah.
It is 7.6, the application report. Yeah.
I'm looking for the stage 1, GLA stage 1 report. Got my reference wrong. Maybe I can come back to that. 0720. That's why I haven't got it. Oh, that's right. Good.
So the GLA stage 1 response is document 720, isn't it?
That's it, sir. Thank you. And I'm going in it to the urban design section, which is internal page 5.
Yeah.
And there's a heading urban design.
Yeah.
And we see at paragraph 21, the GLA officers supportive of the proposed uses, services and entrances at ground floor, which achieve a good balance between active and non-active uses. Commercial uses are proposed along Rye Lane to support existing commercial provision in line with site allocation. Site would have approved, all of that is there set out. The GLA is supportive of the proposed building line along Rye Lane, which aligns with the established building of the existing historic buildings along the street. Continuity of the building line.
I question the facts of that.
Yeah, I've heard you on that, and I don't need to ask you about that again. But then visual impacts. 28, the HTVIA demonstrates that the proposed development would have an acceptable impact on immediate, mid-range and long-range townscape views, noted that no strategic views will be impacted. So they've clearly looked at the HTVIA, and the GLA have got now a conservation officer, haven't they?
Yes.
And in fact, he's written the HTVIA supplementary planning guide, hasn't he?
Planning practice note.
Yes, plan practice note. There's no criticism in any of this that the methodology in the in any of the documents, but particularly the TVIA, is in any way deficient, is there?
No.
No.
As you say, they look at hundreds.
Yep. No, that's fair enough. Okay. And in this case, whatever you think about the HTVIA, and we'll explain why it's not the wrong methodology, the NPPF requires you to consider, does it not, whether there is harm, and then it applies a characterization of harm, which consists of a fasciculus, the courts have called it, of identifications of harm. And at the top is substantial harm or complete removal of significance. Then there's for designated heritage assets, less than substantial harm.
Yeah.
And there's been a practice of putting that into various subcategories.
Yeah.
And then there's no harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're the only ones that the courts have said exist. No harm, less than substantial harm, or substantial harm and loss of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what the TVIA does in Chapter 7 is specifically identify in those terms exactly, which is what the inspector's got to do, where those harms arise or don't, doesn't it?
In EIA terms.
No, in those specific terms about substantial harm, less than substantial harm, no harm.
Yes, but it does so in a way that it's always within EIA terms rather than looking at the impact on significance.
Right, well, we can deal with this with my witness if you like. But are you saying that the inspector doesn't have sufficient information from both sides to form a judgment as to where in NPPF terms, if at all, harm lies?
No, I'm not saying
Good.
that.
Thank you very much. Good. Last point. Yesterday, you took us to impacts on views from the south looking north. And we've gone through that and what officers thought about the hierarchy of that view, etc. And I just wanted to understand why that wasn't identified as one of the more important views, bearing in mind the nature of the allocation. First, if you look at those views 9 and 10, if you don't need to look at them now, but if you want to, that would be fine. First, in views 9, in order to retain a view of the clock tower in that view, in order to retain it, you need to lose a substantial part of the proposed building along that view, wouldn't you?
It would have to set back onto the original main facade line.
Well, that wouldn't be enough, would it?
Well, it would be.
You're right. You see, you think it would?
Yes,
Okay.
the original main facade line, not the shop front line.
No, I understand. So you'd have to set it back with all the implications.
Yeah.
That
also,
has.
yeah.
And let me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You carry on.
And also, it would be of, need to be of a sufficient height. You'd probably clip the end of the clock tower if it was still
Right.
several stories high.
Let me just explore this because you haven't done this exercise in your proof. You agree that building would need to be set back. Are you saying that at that setback, it could be 7 stories, or are you saying it would need to be reduced in stories as well?
I'd say it would need to be reduced as well.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And by how much?
I'd say at least 2 stories and maybe the 5th story in a roof form rather than vertical.
Well, we can explore this with people who can look at these things more accurately than you or I. But I think we've both agreed that it would need to lose a substantial amount of volume from its existing position.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Thank you. And that would have implications for viability, wouldn't it?
Presuming those units.
We'll hear about that from the architectural team in due course. And in view 10, now, you spoke to this yesterday, and apart from blocks A, B, and C, the other blocks are not part of the reason for refusal at all. They've all been found not to cause heritage harm. But I heard what you say. If in your world those buildings which aren't the subject of a reason for refusal required to be removed, it would in effect decimate the allocation, wouldn't it?
It would if I was arguing that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. That's really helpful. When you were giving your evidence, I noted that you said to the right of the clock tower, there would be a clutter of buildings harming the setting of the clock tower. I've just checked my notes.
What I'm talking about there is the point I made yesterday, which is the block A, B, C obviously has to be thought about in its new context, even if they're not part of the reason for refusal. And in that respect, ABC, instead of being part of a stepping back exercise, it actually is a vanguard for what comes behind it.
I see.
And it makes the presence of everything behind pull forward.
Okay. All right. I can make a comment as to whether that's the same as what you said yesterday, but I've now heard what you said. Thank you very much for that. Can we go back to where we started?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. We've agreed that D, E, and F are not the subject of objection, do not harm heritage, according to the reason for refusal that you're seeking to support. As I understand it broadly from your evidence, you would prefer blocks A, B, and C to be, what, 3 to 4 stories?
I would say ideally it would be 3 stories with perhaps more accommodation in a roof form at 4th.
Right.
Ideally.
So I'm right, 3 to 4 stories.
Yeah.
All right. Then the inspector's got to judge in the context of this as a whole and the new urban block, whether 3 to 4 stories is an appropriate approach. That is a material consideration for the inspector in heritage and in townscape terms, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Bevan. Those are the questions that I ask.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any re-examination?
So if I may, Mr. Bevan, can I just start, please, with the existing condition of the conservation area and its setting? And you were asked several questions about the setting of the conservation area and the works to the rear of Rye Lane. The Morrison's and its car park. We'll call it that. The Morrison's and its car park. At present, what contribution to the significance of the conservation area is made by Morrison's and its car park?
No, 0. Neutral.
Neutral.
Yes, because there's no interaction.
There's no visual interaction.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if we just go round that briefly, can you see the Morrison's and its car park from the Burger King view? I think it's viewpoint 12, looking down the High Street to the clock tower.
Not at all. No.
And can you see it from viewpoint 9, the Baptist Chapel looking up Rye Lane?
No, you might get a glimpse of it as you head north along Hanover Park.
Thank you.
The backland area.
Thank you. And the Peckham Arch, view from the Peckham Arch, can you see the?
No.
Thank you. Now, you were answering some questions about activation, and you said, or started to say before the next question came, there's a difference between activation and animation. Can you just explain that to the inspector to make sure it's been heard?
Activation is an urban design term about activity in the street, comings and goings, and to some degrees passive surveillance as well. But it's mainly about the movements, I would say, and animation is about maybe the difference between a entirely blank wall and a wall with rooms behind it and activity within. That's not activation in the same way as is traditionally understood in urban design terms.
Thank you. Now, you were then asked a lot of questions about permeability and improvements to permeability through Rye Lane to the backland, the Morrisons and its car park as it is at the moment. Is that an historic feature of the conservation area, permeability through that area?
Through that block? No.
Through that block?
No.
And in terms of the conservation area appraisal and other assessment documents, is the lack of permeability through that block identified as a detracting feature?
No, it's not.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about blocks D, E and F.
Yeah.
And their relative contribution to conservation area harm. Can I just ask you, when you look at viewpoint 9,
Yeah.
are blocks D, E and F
No,
issue in terms of conservation area harm?
No.
You. You asked a lot of questions about the officer's report. First of all, did you have any role in its creation, the officer's report?
No.
Were you instructed on this matter before the officer's report?
No. Post.
Thank you. Now, can you go back to that document? Hopefully you still have it open.
With.
Or maybe not. Maybe you've gone into another appendix.
I might have gone into another appendix.
Okay, so the officer's report is.
Oh, here we go. Oh no, so that's, yes, the
CD 3.1.
Yep.
And you were asked about various paragraphs. You were asked about 214. And then we got to the start of 215. We got paragraph 215.
It's still loading, I'm afraid. Bear with me. Here we go. 215.
Yeah. And do you remember we dipped our toe into it and then Ms. Harris said it would come back to it. Let's do that now. 215, second sentence.
That point 215.
Got paragraph 215?
Yeah.
So there are three views that are identified. Local view 9, which is the one that you've talked to in your evidence in chief, and then 32 and 33, which from the Bussey building, so that elevated view back up into the conservation area. The next sentence, please. These views illustrate the concerns raised regarding the height, massing and alignment of blocks A, B, C. Now, is that, as you understand it, the concern that was being raised by the council at that point?
Yes, and it's interesting that alignment is also mentioned there.
And then the next sentence is a strong linear view of the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area, taking in both the bank building and the historic landmark of the Jones and Higgins Clock Tower. The views demonstrate that blocks A, B, C would obstruct views of the clock tower and show how dominant the uppermost floors would appear in what is essentially a 3 to 5 story historic townscape. Now, you weren't taken to that part of the report. What are your comments on it, please?
I agree with it entirely.
Thank you. And then the next parts, I think that you were taken to the conclusions on the conservation area, but not to the assessment of the impact on the conservation area, which we find at paragraph 237, page 145 of the officer's report.
Yes.
And you see at 237 through to 240, the analysis of the identification of harm to the conservation area.
Yes.
And you see at 237, the reference, first of all, to 7 stories in height. The blocks would merge into a singular building, punctuated by 2 routes. And 238, a strong shopfront present of vertical emphasis would be successful at grade, but it's considered that the transition between the immediately adjacent historic landmarks would be uncomfortable. In its singular form, these blocks would introduce a medium to high level of less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area. In taking up such a prominent frontage in the conservation area, the sheer scale and massing, coupled with the lack of substantial setback at the upper levels, would introduce an incongruous and overly dominant incursion into this well-established and sensitive historic context. You weren't taken to those parts of the officer's report, but what do you say about them?
I agree with them entirely.
And then 239, the longer views, A, B, C would be prominently visible in the townscape, anchoring the middle of the street adjacent to Jones and Higgins. There's then a reference to the other blocks.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's the officer's report. The design brief, you were criticised for not dealing with it in your proof, but in your evidence in chief, you showed your slide 9, I think it was, which was the Shepherd Robson scheme,
Yeah.
and you use that to explain the context of the design brief,
Yeah.
and to give your comments on it. And just to make sure that that's been understood by everyone in the room, the Shepherd Robson scheme, that was the only visual material before the council when it signed off the design brief, what did that do in terms of the... Is that not right? Right.
Sorry. I don't mind the question, but that precise part of the question is not correct.
All right. The Shepherd Robson scheme, which was the previous scheme,
Yes.
just remind the inquiry as to how that treated the Rye Lane frontage.
It was set back several metres from the frontage and with landscaping in front. It was set back from the locally listed buildings at either end, substantially so at the northern end. And so that 7-story relationship to Rye Lane was very different. In fact, directly next to the clock tower, it introduces a 4-story building.
Thank you very much. So that was all I had by way of examination.
Thank you, Mr. Turney. There's no further questions from me. I'm tempted to call an adjournment now, so thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Can I, before we break, give you a list of documents so that when we come back, we'll hopefully be able to get away, or do you want me to just give you right after lunch?
I'm happy to take those now. Yep.
Yes, if it helps. For Ms. Hegarty's evidence, we'll need her proof of evidence, the conservation area appraisal, the helpful document handed up for Mr. Bevan's evidence yesterday, this one you have in hard copy, The environmental impact assessment document that you will also handed up today with the images, we'll be using that volume 2. And then the site allocation itself in the Southwark plan, wherever you can find it, at page 449 on the PDF.
Yes, yeah, like a mark.
So that's a given that it's going to be removed, or you referred to a permission.
There's
to
been a
remove it.
permission granted for its removal, and there's a new scheme currently under negotiation, which would, and supported by the council, I believe, which will also see its removal.
In terms of, are you optimistic it would be removed?
Yes,
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
thank you.
So we'll take an adjournment for an hour. Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, I think you've got a witness to introduce.
Before my learned friend does that, and it might be useful, sir, we had before the break and during the break about the visualizations that you've got, and we handed you up, just for convenience and no criticism of anybody, an earlier version of the images. There was an updated version which appears in the appendices to our townscape proof, which we've also got in hard copy, is up to date. The changes are not significant, but it is right. You should be working on the most up to date document, and that's what my learned friend is now going to do. If you want it in hard copy, we have it for you. It is now also on the website.
I can refer to the website version. So there's not a problem with that.
Yes, I mean, I'm perfectly happy for you to do that. One of the things that is really important for Miss Hegarty's evidence is the updated version that you've got is, as my learned friend said, is not a huge difference, but it came in Mr. Eldridge's proof of evidence. But when Miss Hegarty was writing her evidence, was working from the previous version, and all the viewpoints that she refers to in terms of the numbering go back to the ones that were now. The numberings might have remained largely the same.
All the same, yeah.
So I don't see any problem with that. So, but seeing the physical version next to you would be really useful for us. So I don't mind which version you use. They're next to you on your right hand side, or you use the ones that we had from before. But Ms. Hegarty will be referring to the viewpoint numbers as we have them.
Yeah, I mean, I've got them. All I'll need is confirmation of the CD number.
Yeah. So you
did say, didn't you? Before
Yeah. Yes, I can give you the CD number. Bear with me. The CD number, as I have it, is. Bear with me. You will have Mr. Hegarty's evidence, which begins at 8.10. Mr. Eldridge, I beg your pardon. 810 is the appendices part 1, and 810-3 is part 2. Which is what you've been handed up in terms of the core document references. But for the moment, do you also have the July 2024 AC 18 with you there?
I've got a copy of the TVIA.
Yes, that's the TVIA. I'm going to start with that, and then
Okay.
we'll move on to those other documents.
The other documents with me range from CD 1.27, Volume 2,
Yeah.
CD 2.29, CD 2.43, CD 2.66. I don't have any other references.
Not from my part. I don't think you're going to need any more. In terms of the proofs of evidence, I've given you the actual documents, but I can give you the core reference numbers for Ms. Hegarty's proof of evidence. You'll find that at 814. And you will find 814-1 through to 814-2. So you'll have her proof of evidence and her appendices there. If you got that. And then the Aylesham, the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area Appraisal, which is also another document that I'll be referring to. You'll find that at 6.1.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if this has been given an inquiry document number yet, but this is from Mr. Bevan yesterday. And the site allocation, again, I've got it separately here as the relevant part, but that is the core document at core document 4 in the folder. So it's at 4.02.
Yeah.
And then that's hopefully the ones I'm going to need to track through our evidence, if I may.
Thank you. I've got all of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, may I introduce the Rule 6 party's first witness, Miss Claire Hegarty. I'm looking at page 3 of her proof of evidence. Ms. Hegarty, could I ask you to turn on your microphone and bring it a little bit closer to you, hopefully, easily?
Yeah, sorry to interject. We've had an email by the inspectorate to say that can people speak louder into the microphones? All parties. I think there's some people who are struggling to hear. So I just said I'd mention that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hegarty, can I take you to page 3 of your proof of evidence where you have the qualifications and experience? And I'll just set out, you say that you're Claire Hegarty, an architect and founding director of Butler Hegarty Architects, independent chair of the Peckham Heritage Regeneration Partnerships between 2016 and 2023. You are a registered member at REBA, and you have a BA and a postgraduate diploma in architecture from the Bartlett School of Architecture. You've been a director at BHA since 2009. And you also say at paragraph 1.3 that you have produced a number of conservation area appraisals and reviews, and you list them there in bullet points. And then going back to the partnership, you at the bottom of 1.5, you point out that the partnership was part of the Peckham Townscape Heritage Initiative, which ran between 2016 and 2024. And then I'll take the rest of your evidence as read. For the avoidance of doubt, you don't live in Peckham?
Correct. I live in North London.
Okay. Thank you. That helps set the scene in terms of your particular qualifications. Now, I don't want to go over the ground that was covered by the council in relation to this, and I just want to assist the inspector in what more does ACA wish to say about issues to do with heritage and conservation. First principles in terms of just understanding your view on this redevelopment. Can you just set out briefly what you think about this development or development in principle of the Aylesham Centre and how you've approached this scheme, please?
Thank you. So the ACA welcomes the development of this site. We think this is a potentially great opportunity for Peckham. It's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity which will change Peckham forever. And we really want to get this right. We want a development that is appropriate for Peckham's character and for Peckham's needs. And we have worked really hard over the last 5 years to try to make the process of engaging with how this site will be developed a positive process.
And then just thinking about the theme of your evidence of what more do you wish to add to what the council has said. We've heard a great deal about the impacts on blocks A to C and obviously block L. Insofar as the harm that's identified by ACA, what else do you say the ACA wishes to draw this inspector's attention to, please?
So we endorse the council's objection to blocks A, B, C and L, but we do believe that the harm extends beyond that to blocks D, E, G, J1, M, K and P.
Thank you. that deals with this sort of the summary of ACA's position. My next heading is just to get an understanding of how you've approached the issue of Peckham's character, again, beyond what we might have heard from the council elsewhere. Just thinking about what is captured in Peckham's character in this area, could you just say a few words from what you've put out in your evidence in relation to this, please?
So I have sort of encapsulated Peckham's character as something that is quite broad and quite complex. And heritage is one intrinsic part of Peckham's character. So I would describe Peckham's character as being about a young, diverse population, a vivid cultural scene with music, leisure and entertainment, a distinctive retail environment with small scale markets and specialist ethnic shops, a high proportion of global majority heritage communities. It's an inner London town centre with a varied historic environment. It's focused around the crossroads to the north of the proposed site. Another thing I really think is important is that Peckham, in a sense, part of Peckham's character has been formed by the long history of community campaigning since the 1970s to protect and raise awareness of the built environment. There are buildings, major buildings here today, major heritage assets in the conservation area, which are extant today because they were campaigned for and saved by the local community. And I think the sense of community interest and engagement and pride in Peckham is absolutely remarkable. I also just want to underline that Peckham's distinctive heritage is a combination of tangible and intangible heritage, and it's really important that we kind of embrace that.
And we'll come back to this idea of tangible and intangible points, but just again, beyond the council's case, just tell us about the role of literature, for example, in Peckham's character and what it means for this particular place, please.
Well, Peckham is described in a kind of great complexity of ways. We found references by Daniel Defoe in the 18th century to Peckham as one of these kind of resort places outside of London. At one end of the historical scale, perhaps. At the other end, we've got some astonishing recent literature from, for example, the young poet Caleb Femi, who grew up in the North Peckham estate, and who has written the kind of very celebrated collection of poetry called Pur, where he described the sense of experiencing environment, experiencing architecture, the impact of materiality, and the kind of being on the receiving end of discourses around gentrification, particularly in Peckham. There's been other recent novels as well, which I listed in my proof, but I think Caleb Femi's work is kind of the most astonishing.
And then just again, thinking about what the town centre means to local people and what it means to the character of Peckham. Could you just say a bit about that and now, please?
So the town centre has been protected and fought for by local people. The conservation area was designated in 2011 after years and years of work and engagement and research and interest by local people. The Townscape Heritage Initiative, which emerged after the designation of the conservation area in 2011, around 2015, was again really remarkable because it was initiated by local people, and a historic regeneration project of that scale is almost always initiated by the local authority. But the community in Peckham organised themselves. They organised an informal, well, not informal, actually very well organised informal survey of buildings, and they sort of initiated the process that led to the Townscape Heritage Initiative. One crucial aspect of the Townscape Heritage Initiative is the repair of historic buildings around the historic core of Peckham Town Centre, around the crossroads that was described very well yesterday by Mr. Bevan. But in parallel, there was a programme of cultural activities, so that the sense of heritage as being about tangible and intangible elements kind of working alongside one another with kind of active community engagement was demonstrated by the Townscape Heritage Initiative. And sorry, I should add that the Peckham Heritage Regeneration Partnership was formed as an integral element of the THI, which supported the delivery of the cultural projects.
Now, finally, just to anchor these points that you've made in what guidance we have, could you just turn to page 7 and 8 of your proof, please?
Yeah.
7 and 8.
Okay. Yes.
So for your notes, sir, the various paragraphs that are referred to at page 7 and 8 under the heading of Historic England Guidance, you'll find them at, you don't need to turn this up, but Core Document 6 tab will take you to other policy related documents, and from 601 right through to 608 you'll find various guidance from Historic England that range from how conservation areas are appraised to how you should approach tall buildings and historic environments. I could go through all of them and explain how what was just said is relevant to that, but I won't do that. Instead, what I'll do is just use the extracts at page 8 of Hegarty's evidence to kind of highlight the key components. But if you wanted to look at the full gamut of those policies, they're at Core Documents 6 tab. So turning to page 8 of your proof, just talk us through each of these bullet points and how they relate to what you've just talked about, please.
Okay. So the first bullet point refers to English Heritage as it was then's document, Conservation Planning Policies and Guidance, which is, in my opinion, a very seminal document because it establishes and defines the idea of heritage values, which anchors the idea of heritage as both a technical and a social activity. That therefore there's a kind of complex set of issues that surround heritage, that we're not talking about objects that are subjected to just sort of visual appraisals, but that there are communal, historic, social, aesthetic, archaeological, that there's a kind of complex context in which heritage is located. The second bullet point, I think this is a kind of growing and emerging field of awareness and research, connecting heritage and well-being. And in a sense, I think this connects back to the heritage values. It's sort of underlying the fact that as human beings, we exist in social worlds with others in places, and that we're affected by our environment. And this I think this is generally understood, but the research around heritage and well-being is in early days. The third bullet point, where we talk about the setting of his heritage assets, again, speaks to this idea of human beings in a space, a kind of holistic idea of how we experience place and space. That the asset in its setting, in this case, for example, the conservation area, is experienced holistically, that there's a broad set of environmental factors which influence and on lots of different levels how people experience where they are. And again, following up on the fourth bullet point here, we talk about edges, thresholds, transition zones, this idea of these liminal spaces where we make connections between things that aren't necessarily experienced simultaneously or perceived simultaneously, and that we experience places holistically with memory, emotion, and other complex connections. And the fifth bullet point, which is talking about tall buildings and in conservation areas or on the edges of conservation areas. And it clarifies this distinction between setting and views, so that views are predominantly about the kind of visual experience, but that setting is much more complex.
Thank you, and we'll come back to that when we get to the NSP 74. Next heading is around Peckham's heritage in particular, and you've already touched on this idea of an intangible and intangible heritage. Taking that in stages, what do you mean by tangible heritage in the context of what you've just been saying?
Okay, so by tangible heritage, I mean the physical characteristics of a heritage asset, a place, a building. We've got form, materiality, scale, things which are about the physical attributes of a building or a space. And then we have the other intangible characteristics, which are about how this place, how this building is used, the histories known and unknown which surround this building or this place, the shifting context and the shifting events, so that there's a kind of constant sense of change, which, that intangible heritage is a kind of fluid, evolving aspect of heritage.
Thank you. And then, again, focusing on this idea of, can you just say something a bit more about how tangible and intangible heritage then interact with each other? Or, did you get to say something about intangible heritage before I move on to?
Yes, I did. I sort of talked about changing use and, histories, known and unknown histories, that this is a kind of shifting space, the space of intangible heritage.
So what about the relationship between the two and how they interplay?
Well, I think they're kind of completely interwoven and interplaying. That there is a sort of innate fluidity around intangible heritage, so that a building or a space has a kind of potential to be changed by how it's used, or by the awareness of a narrative about its history, that things change, that heritage isn't a fixed a sort of fixed characteristic, but that it shifts. And this interplay of tangible and intangible aspects of heritage are part of this constant sense of change, which actually feeds back into the kind of working definition of conservation as managing change. It's not about preservation and things being static.
Can I now also then go to the conservation area appraisal, please? Conservation area appraisal. Can I just get you to reflect on, first of all, where does the Rye Lane Peckham conservation area derive its particular significance from, in your opinion?
So in my opinion, the significance of the conservation area is about the eclectic historic buildings which are grouped around, at its most powerful, around the staggered crossroads to the north of the conservation area. But also the significance is about how the spaces within the conservation area have been used over the years.
And in terms of just then thinking about, you said a moment ago that conservation isn't about being static, it's about managing change.
Yeah.
Just thinking about your very extensive involvement that we were just discussing a few moments ago in Peckham with the various organisations like the Heritage Regeneration Partnership and the works that you've been doing with the Townscape Heritage Initiative. How have the works that those particular organisations have been doing over the years helped with what we're looking at in this conservation area appraisal?
So I think I need to go right back to the 1970s, actually, which was the formation of the Peckham Society. And there has been a kind of teeming, flourishing energy and hard work by people in Peckham to kind of claim and vitalize the spaces that they live in. So I would go, sorry, apologies if I said this already, but I'm always really staggered by the sense that Peckham today is partly due to the campaigns over the years which have saved and defended and presented new ways of understanding what's there. So in my proof, I did list the various campaigns which have resulted in, let me just find it, from 2006 to 2009, there was a campaign to prevent the demolition of the Bussey building. Now that one is incredibly interesting because there was a Time Out article in 2007, I think it was, which looked at this campaign and said, okay, are these people NIMBYs or are they cultural saviours? And guess what? Last year in 2025, Time Out declared Peckham the coolest neighbourhood in Britain. So you can see how this sense of, what was once challenged as being possible NIMBYism is now applauded, that the Bussey building is this kind of cultural destination, and adds to the significance of the conservation area. Sorry, there's also, I'm not going to list the whole list of campaigns because it's in the proof, but there's a really impressive just evidence of community commitment and community activism around the built environment, the historic environment, the character of Peckham.
And so when our inspector has to grapple with the heritage impacts from this development, how should he calibrate, understand, quantify that history of campaigning that you're talking about, that ACA is now a big part of in this inquiry?
Well, I would propose that the ACA campaign is part of this continuum of campaigns, that each campaign builds on the next, and that this is a moment in time. Political cultures change, priorities change. What we are saying is can we get this right for Peckham? And in a sense, that's the thread that that runs through all the previous campaigns. So there is a sense of continuum in the commitment and kind of integrity around this, the desire to get this development right for Peckham. I just wanted to add just one sentence, which is that Peckham is an incredibly remarkable place. I'm not sure if you've been, sir, but when you do go, there is a sense that it's kind of what cities should be. It's complex, it's lively. Yeah, it's a bit sort of shabby in places. It's not perfect, but there's a sense of a kind of teeming with life and vitality and energy. And you can see for yourself how the people in Peckham come out, they work together, they're generous, they're creative. There's a sense of finding ways for different communities with different issues to come together. And I just think there's something inspiring about what a city can be in this part of the city that is Peckham.
So just on the point you made earlier about one of the big campaigns was around saving the Bussey building.
Correct.
You were just explaining that.
Yeah.
In the policy that this inspector has to deal with in NSP 74, for example, it talks about development massing should be directed to the east of the site to minimize the impact on the view to the city from the Bussey building rooftop. And that's a policy, an adopted policy that specifically references a building that was once threatened with demolition. Just help the inspector understand then, again, the relationship of the campaign and its ability to do something and how that then relates to what we're dealing with here.
So there was a proposal to drive a tram link from Camden to Peckham with the area around Copeland Park where the Bussey building is located. That was going to be cleared to become a depot for the tram link. So you had this great strategic project which was targeted to end in Peckham with substantial destruction of the historic fabric in Peckham as the end result. And local people in Peckham looked at what was there, looked at its potential, looked at the life that was there, the economic vitality, the creative vitality, and the interest in the buildings that was there. And they organised and fought a long campaign to save the Copeland Park area and the Bussey building. So now, that was, I think, I've got it here, 2006 to 2009. At the same time, by the way, there was other campaigns to save, to form a new square in front of Peckham Rye Station and protect Peckham Rye Station. So there's a kind of teeming set of campaigns all happening at the same time. The end result for the saving of the Bussey building is the existing successful, famous, remarkable building which holds loads of businesses, a lot of cultural and creative events, and has a view which is, granted, it's not public space, but it is more than a private space. It's become a sort of new sort of hybrid that people come to Peckham to go up to the roof of the Bussey building. It's a destination venue. It enriches the lives of local people. It's an important space in Peckham. And as Mr. Mohammed said, it is noted in the site allocation.
Thank you. Can I now just touch upon one of the other consequences of initiatives that have taken place in Peckham, the Townscape Heritage Initiative, which was recently completed? What was the result of what it recommended? I know Mr. Eldridge's evidence and the THVIA talks about what it did, but again, just explain what that achieved and what was driving that?
Yes. So the Townscape Heritage Initiative ran from 2016 to 2023, and it started with a process of identifying buildings within the conservation area which were of historic interest and had potential to be repaired. So the aim of the Townscape Heritage Initiative was to support and repair the external elevations, the public elevations of buildings within the conservation area. Crucially, it involved investment from local businesses. And so there's a lot of work was spent in kind of communicating the objectives of the THI, raising awareness of the conservation area and the potential of the THI. So the overarching objective of the THI is a kind of long-term stabilization of the conservation area with economic benefits and cultural benefits. Obviously, there was a restricted budget, and capital works are always expensive. At the end of the day, there was a cluster of 9 historic buildings repaired around the historic crossroads at the core of the old settlement of Peckham to the north of the site. And there is an impact of the clustering of the buildings, and they're intensified around that part of the conservation area. Crucially, the building owners made a contribution, and that was a sort of very positive aspect of it. With the ending of the Townscape Heritage Initiative, a new group has kind of evolved called Peckham Heritage, which seeks to kind of continue the work and the objectives of the THI, which are to continue to support the restoration and enhancement of the conservation area, and to continue to develop cultural projects and community involvement and access to a sort of heritage in all its multiplicity in Peckham. We're very interested in the idea of heritage being complex and with, different historical and ethnic backgrounds having different understandings of what heritage assets or heritage or intangible heritage means to them, and exploring that. We see that as a real potential future work.
So for your reference, I don't on the point about the Bussey building, and I gave you the reference in the NSP 74, but in the conservation area appraisal 3.4.10 and 4.2.1 is useful for understanding now that it's listed as being one of the unlisted building groups in that context. So in terms of the initiative, again, the heritage initiative that we talked about, explain to the inspector the role of the local community in what the consequences of that has been, please.
So there was great interest and support for the work of the THI and the Peckham Heritage Regeneration Partnership. It certainly raised awareness of and kind of pride and tapped into people's interest in their built environment. There was a range of activities. There were our final kind of cultural event was the publication of our book, which you're very welcome to have a copy of to accompany your visit to Peckham. But I would say that generally the energy and impetus for the Aylesham Community Action Campaign sort of emerged organically from the THI and the Peckham Heritage Regeneration Partnership.
Thank you. And then finally, in your proof at 3.3, you set out the history of the campaigning and all of the works that have been done, so we can move on to. And then Now let's deal with the likely impact of this development in relation to that particular history, cultural, personal, people-led history that we've just been discussing.
Yeah.
Again, in the context of what you've already told us, that ACA is not against development, and I've set that out in our openings. But again, help the inspector understand, given that history, given that all the initiatives culminating in references in conservation or appraisals, culminating in references in policy, what does this development mean to that history and that cultural heritage of Peckham, please, in your words?
Do you mean the proposed development?
Yes, the proposed development at the Aylesham Centre. What's the likely impact on the in that context?
People in Peckham are generally aghast with what's proposed. There's a complex set of reasons why the proposals. I mean, the proposals over the years, there have been a series of proposals, have always been met with a kind of horror and a sense of, this is something that's just been plonked in this part of Peckham. It's out of scale. The buildings don't seem to respond to Peckham's context. Sorry, am I?
That's all right.
It's amazing. People are incredulous that this could happen in the context of not just one conservation area, but at the confluence of 3 conservation areas. Obviously, the issue of housing is a kind of parallel issue, which we're not going to look into in detail now. But there is sort of the sense of not meeting Peckham's housing need. Does kind of resonate with a sense of not meeting Peckham's needs in any way, or addressing or responding to Peckham's character.
Can I interject there? One of the words that my learned friend used at the beginning was this idea of there being a monumental harm. Another word that starts with M that was used by Mr. Bevan is this idea that this development would miniaturize the physical built environment. He says the word miniature, the physical built environment of the conservation area. What do you think about that?
First of all, Mr. Bevan's use of the word miniaturize, I absolutely startled me. I thought it was incredibly powerful. It encapsulates that sense of shifting conservation area and its buildings and its heritage assets, and making it seem flimsy and making it seem irrelevant, and sort of making it seem absurd that, you know, the relative scales of the proposed development against what is there. In terms of responding to the sense of monumentality of the existing shopping centre, I acknowledge the earlier discussion about the sort of scalar issues. I would say my opinion is that because the shopping centre is not high, it's lower than the Jones and Higgins clock tower. It's lower than the former bank building at the junction with Hanover Park, and it's kind of subservient to the urban, the scale, the height and scale of the conservation area around it. It's a detractor. I would probably agree with the conservation area appraisal, which uses the word indifferent. Yes, so I don't think it's a kind of monumental monstrosity as a piece of urban fabric.
Okay, thank you. I want to just move on to your assessment of harm, but before I do that, can we just briefly touch upon your view on the methodology that was used by Mr. Eldridge? We'll probably spend a bit of time on that tomorrow or the day after. But just in terms of understanding your view of using the HTVIA as a way of assessing the heritage of this context in an environmental statement, what's your, just a sort of in a nutshell, view?
I mean, I understand that the HTVIA is a conventional sort of system of analysis. I think I concur with Historic England's advice that it needs to be coupled with some sort of narrative response, that it is one set of information which is useful, but that it's not a standalone analysis. I mean, I just did want to raise something here which I acknowledge has been corrected, but I was absolutely staggered that in the HTVIA views 4 and 5, an image of one of the THI buildings was used up until really quite recently that was out of date. That it's almost like no one had bothered to sit and think, okay, there was a THI project here. Let's just check that we understand what happened. That loads of people must have looked at these images and signed them off, and yet no one's realised that it was out of date, that the repairs to one of the THI buildings had not been updated on the image. I mean, I acknowledge it's been rectified now, but I just feel like that is an indication of a sort of arm's length engagement with the specificity of this place and the sort of importance of the THI to the local community, that it was just not clocked. Just another thing on the HTVIAs. I mean, I agree with what the authors said, that they're limited. They're limited by the framing of the view. They don't capture what human experiences in totality, peripheral vision, memory, emotional response, different times of day, all the other complexities. But the authors have acknowledged that, and I agree.
Okay, moving on to assessing in a bit more detail the harm that you've put in your evidence. So I'm going to do this exercise through the HTVIA because that's what was in front of the witness at the time that she'd written her proof. But before I do that, in the conservation area appraisal at page 26, you'll see that there is a section titled 3.6 Views and Vistas. And it begins, the key approaches into the conservation area are east-west along Peckham High Street, south down Peckham Hill Street, and north along Rye Lane. The junctions between Peckham High Street and Peckham Hill Street and Rye Lane create a special intensity of activity. And just keeping that in our minds throughout, I'm not going to read out the next section, but that special intensity of activity between that those junctions. And then 3.6.2, 3.6.3, and 3.6.4 are critical to the exercise that we're about to undertake. And for that, could you please also, whilst you have the physical HTVIA in front of you, just have in front of you page 25 of the proof, which has a table that is titled 512. And it says, assessing the level of harm to views and vistas. So when it talks about views and vistas,
Mine's is, yeah.
Might be back.
one goes. Go. Oh, we're back. Yes, I'm on. And so, sorry, I was just saying, that when you see the table at 512 references to views and vistas, it's directly referencing the section I just took you to in the Peckham Conservation Area appraisal. And now I just want to go through those views and vistas with the witness. Just before we do the specific points, yesterday, do you recall, was it yesterday or possibly earlier today, when my learned friend was asking questions to Mr. Bevan about taking a a holistic view in the round around the impact on the conservation area. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What's your thoughts on the approach to an assessment in a holistic way generally?
I mean, I think that's crucial to understanding the harm to significance in a conservation area, that it's a sort of complex, three-dimensional, kinetic, shifting experience. So this is where the discussion around views needs to be sort of contextualized, that we have one particular view that we're looking at. We need to have something in which to understand harm to significance, but that this concept of intangible heritage and sort of communal value should also be there informing this discussion about the views.
Okay, now let's delve into your assessment. Page 25, we have the table. The table has the particular vista in the first column, the narrative, which gives reference to the paragraph in the conservation area appraisal, and then the viewpoint from the HDVIA that we're about to look at, and then the level of harm in the following column. The previous page, you've set out at 510 how you have characterized the scoring system at 510, and then at 511, you explain where you got that justification for that scoring system. Let's start with the first one at viewpoint 4. And again, keeping that intensity of activity in the three junctions in mind. Viewpoint 4 begins at page 78. Peckham Hill Street. We've got at page 79 the proposed, and 78 and 79 are the main ones. We don't need to worry about the cumulative effect, but just your overall view on the impact on Peckham Hill Street, please.
Okay, so this is part of our position where we clearly extend beyond the council's position, and I'm absolutely staggered that this intense part of the conservation area has been treated as though it is not, its significance is maintained through the proposals here, where we have this kind of merged mass of development rising up behind the buildings to the south of Peckham High. I just want to talk about my scoring system. I just wanted to find a way of sort of differentiating harm, and I accepted this as the sort of system used for the HTVIAs, but it was just a way of trying to gauge what degree of harm there was. So let's just go back to views 4, and in a sense you could just follow on to views 5, which is a kind of progression of view of the point of view from 4 down Peckham Hill Street.
And then towards page 82 is the proposed of view 5.
Yeah. I was kind of run out of adjectives to sort of describe the sense of cognitive dissonance, that we're meant to accept that these buildings at the back have no harmful impact on the buildings and the small buildings in the conservation area. You know, I noted that these buildings were described with various adjectives about being calm or being having different sorts of playful interest. But at the end of the day, the sense of this place is severely damaged by this new kind of cliff of merged development behind the buildings in the conservation area. Historic England, in their response, have articulated it in a way that I agree with. If I could just find the relevant Historic England comment.
If you tell me which year, which month you're looking for, I can tell you the core document reference. There was their response in April 2024, and then there was the response in September 2024.
I think it must be September 2024.
Yeah.
Shall I just
go on and talk? It's 711, but you can just read it out. It's 711, and the inspector will have it.
Oh, sorry, I've got myself. Thought I had it here.
Does it? If you can't find it, I mean, just.
Can we just leave it for now? I don't want to lose. Yeah.
We've got the. I'm going to be dealing with the Historic England stuff through.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. But
okay.
I just wanted to go back to. Going back, I'm going to just carry on. Going back to your table. Again, Inspector 4 and 5. Back to your table 25B. You say there's no narrative, no reference to 3.6.1. To move on, we're back on now. Thank you very much. Move on to 8 and 9 in the HTVIA, please. 8 and 9 begins on page 89. Page 90. This is the Rye Lane, Hanover Park. We can see the existing and then the proposed over the page. Ignore the cumulative for now, and then over the page 9, Rye Lane, High Shore Road. Existing and then proposed, and in particular we can see the tower at existing, the clock tower existing at page 93, and then the tower is no longer, I think you can't see it behind the building from 894. Just your comments on that.
So, I mean, I agree with earlier comments about the disruption of the harm caused by blocks A, B, and C on Rye Lane. I just wanted to add another point, which is about the sense of sort of communal heritage and communal values of the relationship between the Rye Lane Chapel, the landmark and kind of incredibly lively and distinctive bank building at the corner of Hanover Park, and the clock tower, which is this sort of sense of connection is obliterated by blocks A, B, and C. I just also at this point want to emphasize that Rye Lane has a very distinctive character. It's narrow, and there's a sense of enclosure and a sort of sense of kind of urban intensity, which I feel encourages people to kind of look along the street and also to look up. And there's something about the kind of intense enclosure of it. So I think that this rupturing of this view is kind of made even more harmful by the impact of blocks A, B, and C.
Okay. Again, I'm going to speed you up a little bit.
Okay.
Back to your page 25E view along Rye Lane. We can see what you say. These views, and this is the quotation from the appraisal, these views provide a good sense of enclosure, opening up to wide vista to the north at the junction with Peckham High Street. And then you put that at high. That's 8 and 9. I'm going to move on to the next one at 10, 11 and 12B. 10, 11 and 12B.
Okay, so these are the views east along Peckham High Street. There was discussion about this yesterday. I would just like to add a comment about the harm to 58 Peckham High Street, grade 2 listed building, which is the little sort of prominent but diminutive building on the right, and then behind it we have proposed blocks A, B and C, and the blocks behind obscuring the roofline presence of number 58 Peckham High Street.
So you're looking at page 98 now.
Sorry, here I'm looking at page 98, view 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just really wanted to emphasize that the significance of number 58 Peckham High Street, which is an early 18th century building, which is kind of distinctive because of its hybrid quality as a sort of vernacular, genteel house for a particular kind of class of merchant or wealthy person who lived in Peckham when it was a resort at this point. But one of the things that's really remarkable is that it's very small. It's got a kind of gentility and a diminutive scale. So this obscuring of its roofline behind absolutely harms that significance. There's a lot. It's a very modest looking building, but a lot has been written about its sort of particular historic significance, and the key thing is its kind of daintiness.
Just one last thing is on 12B is the proposed Peckham High Street. You see the existing and then the proposed on the south side. You see that?
Yeah.
I just thought, could you reflect on going back to what the conservation area appraisal says? We're now looking at your table A.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12B. You score this as medium to high, but there's a sentence in the appraisal at 3.62. The former Jones and Higgins department store, now Mark 1, acts as a full stop to Eastern Views. So what's happening generally to Eastern Views as far as you can tell?
Well, at this point, the kind of landmark character of the Jones and Higgins building is kind of occluded by this mass of development rising up on its right flank, and the sense that it's, I don't know if it's going too far to feel like there's a kind of energy, there's a sort of sense of its imminent destruction almost, that these buildings proposed around it are just loom so dramatically around it that it destroys its landmark character, and it miniaturizes it.
Thank you. And then now again, move on to the next view, 17, which we've seen already today. 17, Peckham Square, library. So we've got 17 and then proposed on page 121, 17. You score this at medium high. The appraisal says southerly views of this building, Jones and Higgins, from the former Surrey Canal Head Square are restricted by the Peckham Arch, which we now know is no longer going to be there. And that's the one question that the inspector asked earlier.
Mm.
Just your reflections on this, please.
I think in this image there is a bit of a problem about the presence of the Peckham Arch, because it's a very sort of prominent object in the actual image. And a future when there isn't a Peckham Arch, one realises how powerful the impact will be of the proposed development. It's slightly a kind of blurred here because the arch obscures the development. It's fine, the arch is here at the moment. I also just wanted to talk about the changes in Peckham Square since the Peckham Conservation Area Appraisal was written in 2011. This square around the famous Peckham Library has become much more important as a public space in Peckham Town Centre, and its connection to the landmarks on the conservation area and to the rest of the conservation area is a really crucial one. But I feel it's quite underdescribed in the conservation area appraisal, because the conservation area appraisal was written before sort of a lot of changes and a lot of energy has gone into kind of revitalising Peckham Square.
Can I?
Sorry, just one point. I mean, I do think at this view, there is quite a striking sense of the proposed buildings merging at mid-height. There's a sort of lack of differentiation. There's a lack of tower-like quality or verticality. These buildings just seem to be a kind of, merged mass with parts projecting higher than others, but there's very little sense of what's the identity of this development.
Next, 28, please. 28. 28 is Peckham High Street Junction. Both proposed is at 154. You can just compare what will happen between 153 and 154. Reminding ourselves what the appraisal says: looking west along Peckham High Street at the junction of Peckham Hill Street, views open out. Junctions between Peckham High Street, Peckham Hill Street and Rye Lane, the special intensity of activity. And then before you comment, can I also get you to just have a look at 37 at page 180, which is looking at the bus station, and then 181, the proposed. Just your reflections on 28 and 37.
Yes, so I think the proposed development has a very severe harmful impact on the setting of the conservation area. The bus station is not part of this current proposal, and it has an effect of creating a kind of breach in the townscape. So there is this oblique vista down, following on from buildings from Block L along on the north face of the proposed development, which again creates this sort of severe sense of disjuncture between the proposals and the edge of the conservation area. Now, at this point, you're approaching the conservation area, and then you're at this kind of point of intensity at the crossroads quite quickly. So the setting of the conservation area at this point is important. And I think this space, this experience needs to enhance and respect the conservation area. At the moment, I think this is very, very harmful.
Thank you. Now I'm going to move on to the views to the Bussey building. Page 30, sorry, viewpoint 32. Viewpoint 32, page 165, viewpoint 32. page 165. That's the Bussey building from the west, and then proposed Bussey building to the west, and then cumulative Bussey building west, and then over the page, viewpoint 33, Bussey building to the east, and then Bussey building to the east proposed. Remind ourselves of two facts. One is at 4.2.1 of the conservation area appraisal, unlisted buildings of particular note is listed there, including the Bussey building. And of course, we know in the NSP 74, we're also told development massing should be directed to the east of the site, minimize impact to the view of the city from the Bussey building rooftop, specifically highlighted. And now we're looking at the rooftop at viewpoint 33. Your comments on that, please.
This is a point at which we really want to kind of challenge this idea of views being the thing that defines meaning. And I acknowledge that the experience of the Bussey building rooftop is described in terms of views, but in my opinion, the experience of the Bussey building roof is not just about a visual experience and views across to the City of London and a kind of connection to the sort of history of Peckham. This view was described by Daniel Defoe in the 18th century, but it's a sort of sense of topography, landscape. It's almost the urban landscape as this kind of epic scale. It's about the Thames floodplain. It's about the sense of the meeting of the earth and the sky. It's a really, really unusual and powerful view in the contemporary London, or in cities generally. I think there just can be no doubt that the proposed development completely obliterates this view. You could, I imagine, move around and get glimpses across to the City of London or St. Paul's or landmarks along the way. But again, it's a holistic thing. The sense of this place in the world or in Peckham is completely and utterly obliterated.
Okay.
I just want to add a thing, that there is a sort of narrative that this rooftop is about
Private views.
or just young people going for drinks and looking at the sunset. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's an amenity in Peckham for everyone.
Thank you. This is one of the places that we are keen for you to view, sir, and so we'll be organising a visit access for you for that. Very briefly, finally, on the two designated heritage assets, you deal with them at 528 and 534, 58 Peckham High Street and the chapel. I don't propose to go beyond what you deal with in your proof at 31 and 32. Did you want to just summarise any thoughts on that?
I suppose I'd just like to remind you, sir, that I think a lot of emphasis has been on the Jones and Higgins clock tower building because of its proximity to the site. And I think that this idea of these other landmarks along Rye Lane and these other buildings sort of around the site are equally part of this tapestry. I'd like to sort of balance out the discussion.
Thank you. And then the 5 locally listed buildings, again, the references are made to them in the conservation area appraisal. And again, looking at the NSP 74, we know in the text where it talks about impacts listed buildings or undesignated heritage assets on page 451, if you're looking at the PDF, the site is within the setting of Grade 2 listed Rye Lane Chapel and a group of listed buildings on High Shore Road. The site is also within the setting of a number of important unlisted buildings on Peckham High Street and Rye Lane, including Jones and Higgins Clock Tower and 43 to 49 Rye Lane. Again, you cover this in your proof at 535 to 550. Your summary points to the inspector, please.
Well, the first thing I do want to add is that 58 Peckham High Street is omitted here, which I think is, a problem. But hopefully that is being reintroduced into the understanding of the kind of heritage assets in the conservation area. I think I've demonstrated in my proof the harmful impact to the designated and undesignated heritage assets through the proposed development.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you any further questions.
Okay.
I've used up my time. Is there anything else you want to add before I hand you over to my learner friend?
I just want to say it's kind of quite an honour to speak here on behalf of the community in Peckham. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Harris, would you like to start cross-examination?
Yes, but you asked us to remind you of the break every 90 minutes. Is this a sensible time rather than to start and then stop?
It is. I hadn't appreciated that. Yes. We'll have a pause for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much.
The witness is in purdah as usual.
Thank you. Can I just raise one thing? That will keep us up to date with the programme, I think, if we finish. I think between us we probably will. I don't know if my learned friend has had a chance, Mr. Turney, to look at the fly-through, because that would be something that we would play with the architect at the beginning, or if he has any objection to that. But I'm sensing, given the way things are going, that probably is best left until tomorrow. And if we could all generally agree that, then that would probably mean logistics are easier. I'm not saying we can't do it, but that would mean that logistics are easier.
Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Turney?
I think on the substance of the point, which was, do we start architects' evidence in chief today? I think we shouldn't do that. We should finish with this cross-examination. Well, there is a cross-examination. Sorry, yes. And then I haven't yet had a chance to take instructions on the video. I've seen it, but I haven't yet had a chance to take instructions because obviously my Townscape witness was giving evidence. So
That's why I read it. Makes sense. We think you should see it. Learned friend needs to take instructions. That would tend to come at the beginning. So if we finish, great respect.
Yeah. When you say I should see it, do you mean in real time, or have some sight of it before you? Right. Yeah.
Maybe inadequate. So
Okay.
in the event that we play it, it will be put on the public website.
Okay. Perhaps we'll pick up that point later on then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll take a pause. Thank you. Mr. Harris, please continue.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat cross-examination that was undertaken this morning. So even though you raise certain matters that overlap, I'm not going to cross-examine on those. I hope, sir, that is appropriate and reasonable. You said on a significant number of occasions, and it's indeed in my learned friend's opening, that the group were not against redevelopment.
That's correct.
And in fact, that the site is seen as a very important site.
Yes.
Good. And we live in a development plan-led world, don't we?
At the moment we do, but I mean, I do think it's important to sort of have a broader overview that priorities change.
Well,
And there's a demonstrable history in
Yeah.
Peckham of standing up to passing pressures.
Yeah, I've got that. Didn't ask about passing pressures. We live in a development plan world.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we're going to still be in that world by the time the inspector writes his report. So can I take it from what you say, or just said, that your support for the principle and terms of the allocation is not as significant or as sure as your support for redevelopment generally?
I think the allocation is problematic.
Yeah, I thought you would say that. But the allocation is the allocation is the allocation, isn't it? It's part of the adopted development plan for the purposes of the law.
Absolutely. Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can I just say a couple of things about the site allocation?
Yeah.
Site allocation includes the bus stand.
Yeah.
The site allocation includes the community land trust. The site allocation emphasises that tall buildings should be located towards the east of the site.
Yeah.
The tall building, the site allocation highlights the impact on listed buildings and on undesignated heritage assets.
It does all of those things, I
Yes.
know. We've been through all of
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you this question direct. Do you support the principle and main terms of the allocation, particularly insofar as it is to provide circa 850 homes in tall buildings in a dense urban environment?
It's a legal document. I
Do you
accept.
support it?
I think there are problems in it that have been demonstrated over 4 iterations of proposals that we need to pay attention to.
Okay, so here's the rub. If and insofar as the concerns that you raise, particularly in relation to views and impacts, are judged by the decision maker or others to necessarily impede the delivery of the allocation, then there'd be a tension between you and the development plan, wouldn't there?
Correct.
Yeah, good. And don't to personalize it, I don't mean you, but you would be another material consideration and the development plan would be the development plan.
You mean the ACA would be a
Yes.
material? Yeah.
Anybody taking a view that in effect stymied or impeded the delivery of the allocation as a whole would be taking a point against the development plan, which assumes what it does. I'm hearing answers from over here, and I'm expecting an answer
Yes.
over here.
Sorry, I'm not aware of answers down here.
Not your fault.
If you'll forgive me, there's a sort of latent threat in what you're saying. But what I want to say is I feel that this site allocation was, as was referred to earlier, has had a quite kind of controversial gestation and adoption.
Yeah.
And in a sense, the proposals that have been derived from it are testing it. And there must come a point when the system allows a sort of acknowledgement that the result of this test raises problems that were possibly not foreseen when the site allocation was developed or adopted. So I would respectfully suggest that this is the kind of positive opportunity to say, this is not a perfect site allocation. Let's get it, let's improve it.
Yeah, I got you. And that's the answer I thought you gave, and I'm grateful for the honesty. Thank you very much. Can we go to your proof of evidence then, please?
Yeah.
And that last answer means that I can be much shorter in relation to some of the views. But let's pick up your proof first. Can we go to paragraph 5.6, where you summarise the significance of the conservation area?
Yeah.
And it's an accurate summary. There's a bullet point earlier paragraph which says the same, but you say the significance derives from its eclectic architectural interest with a fine-grained townscape of buildings from the 18th and 19th centuries within which there are prominent landmarks and object buildings. Yes?
Correct.
Good. Now, in terms of eclectic, I want to see if you're saying the same as or something different to Mr. Bevan. He explained it yesterday in the sense that it's eclectic because it's reflective of the transition between an arable village and a more advanced Victorian town, and you get parcels of each still discernible. Is that what you're talking about? Something along those lines?
Something along those lines. I mean, I think at this point I'm probably describing the conservation area as a whole,
Right.
and there are kind of Art Deco buildings further south, and there is a sort of diversity of built form and history.
Okay. So in terms first of that eclectic reflective tradition, whether it be in this part or generally, I think Mr. Bevan was speaking generally as well, the Aylesham Centre is not part of the conservation area, positively reflects that transition between arable and Victorian town, does it?
Well, can I refer to the last bit of my previous answer where I referred to the Art Deco buildings?
Well, as long as you answer my question probably first,
Okay.
then I'm very happy for you
So,
to...
I mean, I think the Aylesham Centre is part of this eclectic fabric of the conservation area.
But you remember the question was positively reflects the traditional significance.
I think it does positively reflect significance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at reflecting the transition between arable village, Victorian town, everything that we heard of, and the Aylesham Centre, which about which more in a second, in your view, positively reflects that character and appearance and significance, if you like, and is therefore a positive contributor to the character and appearance of the conservation area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Can I just elaborate on that?
Well, is it what I'm hearing? And
Yeah.
then elaborate.
Yes.
Positive. Thank you. And please elaborate.
Can I just connect back to some of my earlier comments about the communal and the tangible and the intangible? One of the things that we discovered at the ACA when we spoke to people about the Aylesham Centre was lots of people said, hold on a minute, my mum or our elders meet there for coffee every Wednesday morning. They really like that space. They really like sitting in that dry covered space. And it was a sort of communal aspect of the Aylesham Centre that I found kind of really interesting. The other interesting aspect of it is that it's part of the story of retail in the conservation area. It is maybe a not, it's a bit of a painful story in that the Jones and Higgins department store was demolished. There was a fashion for shopping centres in the 80s, and they're now gone out of fashion. So I think there's a more complex, it has a more complex character than being just bad.
In fact, you think it's good, positive is what you said.
Okay, yeah.
I've got that. That's fine for me. It's not fine-grained though, is it? Because you identify the significance of the conservation area as eclectic architectural interest with fine-grained townscape. It's not fine-grained.
It's not fine-grained.
No.
I think we could make a link though to other buildings which aren't fine-grained in the conservation area,
Yeah,
which
you don't.
I don't in that.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. And here's the next question. You're the heritage witness.
Correct.
Yes, that's what it says. And I've looked at your qualifications, experience, etc. Take no issue with them at all, and respect them. But you were here this morning when we went through how the statute works, how you've got to look very, very carefully, because the way the statute is worded, as to whether you leave a conservation area unharmed. In other words, if you don't leave it unharmed, if you improve it, or you are neutral in relation to it and don't harm it, or are better than it in terms of character and appearance, then you pass the test. Yeah, you hear?
Correct.
Right. And an important part of that, everybody agreed, as they always do, is to have regard and to analyse the existing condition and contribution to significance of that part of the site where there's a proposal, for example. Yes?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Now, I've looked through your proof really, really carefully on a number of occasions, and you say at 4.4, I don't agree with the statement that the existing development has a negative effect on the significance of the conservation area. Therefore, as a matter of principle, its replacement is a positive step. That's at your 4.4.
Yeah.
There's no analysis of the Aylesham Centre and its significance, or its harmful nature, or indeed its positive nature, as you now tell us. Not a single word, is there?
Yeah, agree. Yeah.
Thank you. It follows that there's no analysis of the character and appearance of the existing position against which to judge whether the new is harmful, because you've not got your benchmark of where you're starting from. See?
Okay, though I discussed the sort of historic streetscape around it,
You do.
in which the shopping centre is located.
Yes, that's fair. And you do also identify views. That too is fair.
Yeah.
But I haven't got an analysis of the contribution in terms, and rather wish I did, because you now say it's positive, of the way in which the Aylesham Centre affects the character and appearance of the conservation area. We've got it from everybody else, but not from you necessarily. What that means, let me put really what I'm saying, is your harms have been identified, what you don't like about the proposal, without any proper analytic consideration of the starting point.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask you also what I asked Mr. Bevan. Have you been to the site and been into the centre and around?
Numerous occasions, yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the moment, as we saw, and I don't need to take you to the diagrams, at the moment, there is very little permeability through the facade of the shopping centre, is there? Apart from through the great big blue blob.
And the marketplace further down, there's eating places?
Yes.
Further along?
They are all part of the facade, are they not?
No, well, unless you consider the facade to have a depth, quite a significant depth.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Fair enough. The inspector can see it on the site.
Yeah.
The site visit.
Yeah.
That's really helpful.
Yeah.
And we looked earlier that the conservation area doesn't stop at the facade, but wraps around.
Correct.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
And any view of a map can allow you to place the building within the conservation area and see that there is land to the south and around it, which is in the conservation area. That includes the passageway under Block C, and also the area of new passage, which is uncovered to the left of Block A, to the north of Block A.
Just to the south of the Jones and Eccles. Yeah.
They're all in the conservation area.
Yes.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I pick up with you just this issue of permeability and various other things with that in mind? Now, I'm going to ask you to go to the core documents.
Okay.
And if Mr. Mohammed wants to help, or somebody else wants to help.
Which core
It's
document?
core document CD31. You probably get there before me now. Oh, you've been practicing. That's always great.
CD31. Planning committee.
Yeah, that's it. And can we go to paragraph? Thanks, Mr. Bevan. 213.
Sorry, just a sec. Yeah.
Now we've read this out twice at least, so I'm just going to go straight towards the end. There's a sentence.
Sorry, just bear with me.
Yeah,
I'm just getting there.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Paragraph 213, did you
That was it. It's on internal page 67.
getting there? Sorry.
Don't worry. We're not now under any time pressure, so don't rush.
Okay, that's paragraph 213.
Yes.
Starts. Oh, I've got page. Okay, page. Yeah, got it.
It should start the master plan.
Yes, got it.
I'm asking you to look at the last sentence. You read through it all if you want to, but I'm asking you to look at the last sentence. This simple layout would be permeable and would create routes and connections through the site with a hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by existing spaces in the Peckham area. Now, just before we go anywhere else, assume that you didn't have the concerns about the building's height that you've identified.
Yeah.
I'm talking about ground plane and permeability here.
Uh-huh.
In historic terms and in heritage terms, do you accept that providing something that was informed by existing places in Peckham and broke down that facade that Mr. Bevan called massive this morning would be a good thing for the character and appearance of the conservation area?
In principle, yes.
Thank you. The second thing is, you've told us you've known the Peckham area for a long time, but you've also told us you live in North London, so you might not be able to help with this. Do you see where the officers, the cadre of officers, said that those connections through the site, hierarchy of spaces and character areas informed by existing spaces in the Peckham area? Can you help us as to that? Starting point, let's look historically and see whether you can help. You need to pick up the proof of Mr. Bevan and you need to turn to page 15. That's 1-5. Mr. Bevan's proof 1-5.
1-5. Yes. Okay, got it.
Bit bigger. Good. You've got a, yes, that's brilliant. You've got a much bigger version than mine. And do you see plate 3?
Correct. Yeah, sorry, I can. Yeah.
This is the 1874 Ordnance Survey.
Yeah.
And can you see the site, which Mr. Bevan called the armature of the three roads? And there are some larger scale buildings to the southeast of the junction.
Yes.
And you see right next to the, see what it is. 15,
Page
yeah.
15
Yeah.
of this one. Yeah, that one.
Yes, next to the H in High Street. You see the H on the middle of the highway.
Yes.
There is a little passage or gunnel
Yeah.
passing from the main High Street to the backlands, isn't there?
Sorry, the second H on high.
Yes, that's it. The second H on high.
It's quite a what? It's not a passage. I'd say that's more of a road. It's
not
quite-
north, not going north, but going south.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
It's
understood.
definitely
Yeah,
a passage, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. It is a passage
Yeah,
going
yeah.
south.
Okay,
Great.
so there we are. There's one. But if you go further along, bearing in mind the officers were saying formed by existing spaces in the Peckham area, do you see the R of street?
Yeah.
And there's a passage there next to the public house.
Yes.
The public house is called the Red Bull.
Which is still there today.
Still there today.
Yes,
Still
it
there
is.
today. And then you go to the E. There's,
Yeah. Which E? The second
Yeah,
E.
second E, you got
Yeah.
it. Yeah, there's another. I mean, then you could go west of High Street, and you can see there are a number of lanes or thoroughfares off the main road leading into hinterland. I mean, I needn't point them all out, but and the inspector can walk around the site. He can have a drink in Red Bull Yard and sit in Red Bull Yard, having walked up Red Bull Passage, can't he? I don't know if he drinks so, but you could have a soft drink.
Definitely.
Yep.
I recommend it.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. Good for that. Okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you. So what we've got is your acceptance that at ground level, those passages, that permeability would be an advantage for the character and appearance of the conservation area, and that they are characteristic of Peckham, certainly in 1874, and you can go and check how many of them.
And today, I think they are.
And today.
Yeah.
I think and today, but I didn't want to put words into your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You deal with policy and you deal with the NPPF in particular, but maybe because you took the view that the Aylesham Centre was a positive, you don't deal with those paragraphs in the NPPF which deal and explain with what you should do the conservation areas which have areas which are not of great quality. Can we look at those, please?
Yep. Yep. Got it.
Well done. They're in the heritage section,
Okay.
which is section 16. And I mean, some might say they were written for this sort of site. Look at 220. Not all elements of a conservation area or World Heritage Site will necessarily contribute to its significance. Yeah. Now, let's assume the inspector accepts what most people are saying here, that large parts of this site don't contribute to its significance. Look what paragraph 219 then says.
Yeah.
And I accept that 219 comes before 220, but read the document as a whole. Local planning authorities should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas. Do you think that sites which don't contribute to its significance are candidate sites for local authorities to look for new opportunities for new development in?
Absolutely, yes.
And in particular, they should try and ensure that those developments enhance or better reveal significance that exists.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much for that. Okay, it's a bit bitty, this, and it's not your fault. It's because I'm not going to cross-examine twice on two subjects. But you mentioned You said I was incredulous, and so was everybody else, that a proposal of this height and mass was to be proposed in the confluence of 3 conservation areas. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And just to chase that one down, can we pick up the report to committee again, please?
Yeah.
Because I think that raises, if you like, a duty on the inspector, and if this gets to the Secretary of State, who knows? 248. Just after 248, there's Peckham Hill Street Conservation Area. Is that one of the other 2?
Peckham Hill Street Conservation Area and Holly Grove Conservation Area.
I thought that was it.
Sorry, am I looking at 248? Got it.
Well,
okay.
I think it's 249 actually.
249.
I'm looking at the heading after 248 and before 249. So just so that the inspector knows, the 2 conservation areas that is confluence of a verb as well as a noun. But confluence.
Confluate. I don't know. Confluate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, that join up with. Come together. I don't think they strictly come together though. That's the thing. But anyway.
Well, Peckham Hill Street does
yeah.
with Rye Lane, and then Holly Grove does with Rye Lane as well.
It does it?
All 3 of them don't simultaneously.
No, that's what I was thinking, but I was being pedantic. So if you look at Peckham Hill Street Conservation Area, this has been fully considered by officers, and it explains that the former Peckham branch of the Surrey Canal ran to the western side of the street. The taller elements of the proposed development would be visible in longer views, but would primarily impact the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area rather than the suburban significance of Peckham Hill Street Conservation Area. Officers considered that this significance would be preserved. So what officers have done there? Well, first, they are the 2 that you're talking about. Officers have considered them, correct?
Yes.
They've not agreed with you, and they've given a reason.
Yeah.
I can't take it much further than that. I'm not going to change your mind. Same for the Holly Grove Conservation Area. It's been considered, correct?
So it seems.
Yeah. I don't expect you to have read this, but is that correct? You haven't read this?
No, I have read it.
You've read it. Yeah.
But I have read it.
I mean, as my learned friend pointed out, it's like 500 pages long, so you couldn't be expected to remember everything. I certainly can't. Holly Grove Conservation Area. I jump straight to 251 if you don't mind. The taller elements of the proposal, which is what you were talking about, would be visible in glimpses from High Shore Road, Holly Grove and Lyndhurst Way, but other elements of the townscape are also visible in these views, including the school buildings of the Harris Academy, the rear elevations and rooftops of buildings in Rye Lane when viewed from High Shore Road and Holly Grove. The proposed buildings would be far enough away as not to impact the Holly Grove conservation area in a negative manner, as overall the suburban townscape would be preserved. So again, they've considered it and come to the conclusion that the significance of the conservation area is not going to be harmed. Correct?
Yeah, but can I just refer back? Sorry, yes, but I just want to refer back to this idea of sort of dynamic experience and holistic experience, that, you know, people move from one to the other and their daily lives are kind of conducted across these boundaries of conservation areas.
Oh, yes.
Views are not the only way that one experiences place.
No, I accept all of that. You know, we can make submissions on that. But the truth of the matter is that very many of London's conservation areas exist by jowl with views of tall buildings. That's part of their existing significance, isn't it?
Sometimes, in some cases, yeah.
Step out of this door,
yeah.
Take a look left, take a look right, take a look ahead. Conservation areas just outside this door coexist with some of the tallest buildings in the world.
I'm not against tall buildings.
I know, but it's part of their significance in London.
Yes.
That you get this dynamism of taller buildings, particularly associated with town centres and conservation areas. Significance.
Yeah,
That's fine.
fine. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Oh, just a small point on the THI building. I think you've read in our proof that we support and appreciate the work that's been done by THI in terms of restoring buildings, etc. Take that for granted. But the purpose of the TVIA is to test, in one way, the proposed building, isn't it?
Are you referring to my comment about the building that wasn't up to date?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was a bit unfair, but I just want to explore where we go with that. First of all, it's been updated for the inquiry.
And I acknowledge that.
Absolutely.
Acknowledge that. Yeah.
So it's not going to get in the way of any of the decision makers' duties. Second, it's only an aid memoir for the inspector's going to go to the site anyway, isn't it? And in terms of the building that is there, he will see the building that is there.
It's more than an aid memoir for the inspector, surely. It's a representation of the impact of the proposal in context.
Right. I've been telling inspectors for decades now that it's more than an aid memoir. And you know what they always say back? It's an aid memoir. But there we are. It doesn't really matter. The point is,
sorry, I don't mean to put across you, but I mean, there's an issue here about representation. To be honest, I'm surprised we don't have a model here today, and I wonder why not, because it would be another way of understanding the proposals.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell me why the model's not here. So this AVR5 or AVR4, which looks at the small buildings on the south side of Peckham High Street, two of which are THI buildings. Others are THI buildings, but they're not in those particular views. They are full of sort of complex information, and they're the specific representation of that point, a view from that point. I caveat that with, views aren't everything, but it's really important to sort of understand what one would experience with this development behind these buildings. And as I said, I was just quite surprised that people didn't kind of pay enough attention to put the accurate image of the repaired building in right from the beginning.
All right. But now it's repaired. These things cost tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
But to be honest, I sort of photoshopped it in myself in like about half an hour. I thought, well, God, I mean, it's not a massive big deal to just say, can somebody check all the THI buildings are understood here?
Right. I can't imagine this finding its way into the decision letter one way or another. So I'm going to move on. You did ask a question about the model and the inspectors going on a site visit, and the model, it's a previous iteration, but the model is at the Aylesham Centre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. All right, thank you very much. View 4 next, please. View 4.
View 4.
Now, this is where I'm thinking we might meet our old friend from the beginning of the cross-examination, where you're telling me that allocations are not always right and there are problems with this one. When you introduce this, sorry, sir, do you have it? Yeah. When you introduce this, I noted your words. I've run out of adjectives to describe my concern about the number of merged tall buildings inappropriately in this view. That
Correct.
Sound like you?
Does,
Okay.
indeed.
Now, I'm thinking, when I'm looking at the allocation and when I'm looking at the number of houses required here to provide 850 and the appropriateness of tall buildings on the site, that this is one of those aspects where you say the development plan is problematical.
I agree. Yeah,
Right.
You're right. Yeah.
So really, this is a complaint about this is a complaint about the allocation and its problematic nature as opposed to a specific issue. You raise a specific issue because we're looking at a specific view, but your complaint was such a number of merged tall buildings is inappropriate.
Yeah,
You'd have that complaint about any rational identification of the site to provide 850 homes, which involved a significant number of tall buildings, wouldn't you?
I've been thinking about that actually, and I did wonder if one epically tall building,
Yeah.
which was vertical, had incredible sort of tower-like interest, and had a sort of lyrical poetry about being vertical, might help resolve this problem of this lumpy mass.
They're the sort of buildings I specialise in. I'd love to talk to you about that later. But we're talking about epic buildings like the Shard, for example. But that's not the allocation, is it? Which has got 20 floors as a height limit, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we come back to the same point, which is your complaint here is about the problematic nature of the, as you see it, of the allocation, not anything else. And in this view, the local authority find no harm, do they?
That's right.
Yeah. And they find no harm because this is a site which has been allocated for tall buildings, which is expected to have tall buildings on it, which twice has been tested, 2017 and 2022, for its acceptability for tall buildings, and therefore rationally they don't object.
That's where we are.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's view 4. View 9 next, please. As an architect, I'm going to ask you the same question as Mr. Bevan here. We've seen previously that the council took the view that there was a hierarchy of views, etc.
Sorry, hierarchy of?
Or hierarchy of views. They refer to what they call the more important views of the clock tower. I know you don't take that view, but I'm asking you the same question as I asked Mr. Bevan in relation to view 9, which is the thing I told Mr. Bevan I'd come back to.
Yeah.
As an architect, help us please with, you think that the block ABC should be redeveloped, don't you?
You mean an alternative to what's proposed here?
Yes. And
Yes.
in order to avoid at this location the occlusion of the clock building, just have an estimate as to how many stories would have to come off.
4.
All right.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's more than 4, but that's really helpful. Thank you very much for that. View 11 next, please. This might just be a language issue. When you introduced this, you were taken to the CAA, and this is one of the views where the Head and Shoulders building is identified as creating something of a full stop. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right. And the inspector will have to judge whether the full stop is still there or not. You also said that you'd expect a development not to occlude the building. And my understanding of occlude is to make it invisible by coming in between it. You didn't mean that, do you?
I suppose I meant impede,
Yes.
or kind of affect the building.
Yes.
I think I meant occlude its significance, though.
Okay. Okay. Well, its significance is not occluded, is it? In the sense that it completely disappears. First of all, there's no impact on the fabric at all.
Well, no, occluding doesn't mean. It means to sort of reduce.
Okay. Well, I'll look it up. But the point is, I think.
Sorry, anyway, that's what I meant. That's my understanding of it.
That's why I thought it was a language thing.
Yeah.
Then on the other elements, we've got a 20-story building here, some 13-storey buildings, etc. That they're all part and parcel of your problematic allocation point, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I think, you know, I think given you've accepted that, I was going to go to another 5 views, but I don't need to. I'll just go to the view 32. View 32. Now, this is a view of the northeastern cluster, St. Paul's, the Shard, see all of those buildings. See that?
Yeah, the view from the bus. Sorry,
Yeah.
the Bussey building. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's not a protected view in any way, shape, or form.
It is in the site allocation, though.
The site allocation mentions the view from here. It doesn't actually seek to protect the view of the northeastern cluster from here, does it?
What do you mean by the northeastern cluster?
Oh, sorry. Can you see that there's a cluster of tall buildings in the middle of the shot, just above the blue
What,
thing?
the walkie-talkie,
Yeah,
etc.
the walkie-talkie
Yeah.
is at the southern extreme of the northeastern cluster
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
city. That's like a term.
Sorry, wasn't familiar with that.
No, no reason why it should be. Anyway, the simple point I'm making is if you're going to have a high density development that can house 850 odd homes, I don't know how many people that is, but a lot more than 850, and it's a circa, I understand, that any development of this allocation site is going to have a broadly as that which you see in the next image, which is the proposed. It's not going to be the same. You could, I'm sure, as an architect, come up with something else. But if you're going to optimize the use of that site, as you must for the purposes of D3, then A, this isn't a protected view, and B, any allocation of this nature would have a similar, it goes back to your problematic point again.
Well, I suppose again we get back to other ways of distributing this quantum on this space.
Yeah.
You know, this kind of drift of this volume into the middle of the site.
Yeah. Well, do you know why that was? Because if you put them at the extreme east, you end up with wholly unacceptable implications for sunlight and daylight on residential. And so that's the position that's agreed with officers.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not at the extreme east, but it is at the east of the site. But I mean, really, are you suggesting as an architect that you could get, I'm told it's nearly 2,000 people onto this site without, in one way or another, changing that view, which is which is not a protected view in and of itself?
Well, as I said earlier, one of the things that occurs to me is it's something about one tall building and a kind of gentle density everywhere else, something along those lines.
Well, you may be right, you may be wrong, but that's not the development plan, is it?
No, but I have said that I think the development plan, there's an opportunity for learning around the development plan.
Yeah, I've understood that. That's been really, really fair. Thank you. Yes, I don't think I need to ask you anything else. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Is there any re-examination?
Yes.
I have one small question in relation to the bus station. It's been mentioned. I forget which viewpoint it was, but
Yes.
it's focused on and the
I think it's
facade.
view 37. Let's check. 28.
28.
Yeah, sorry, 28.
I'll just turn to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, it is more 37 I had in mind. It's just for my note. Witnesses have mentioned the bus station. Are there any proposals for it in terms of altering it that you know of? That
Not
you
to my
think-
knowledge at the moment.
And that's all it was. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
We can deal with that, sir, with other witnesses as well.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Secretary, can I begin by first just asking you in relation to this point about the theme of the cross-examination around the development plan and the policy that we're dealing with?
Sorry, do you mean the site allocation
The
plan?
site allocation, yes. You don't need to turn this up. I'll ask you one question. Insofar as you understand, do you think that this development, regardless of what you think about the site allocation, do you think this development meets the site allocation policy as it currently stands?
No.
And so, regardless of the numbers, regardless of the architectural decisions that have been made, and regardless of whether or not many units can be achieved, what do you say about what the allocation does, what the allocation expects right now, and what's being sought to be delivered?
I mean, I do think it's important to acknowledge that the bus station site is part of the site allocation, and the community land trust is part of the site allocation, and there is an acknowledgement of the historic environment and the designated heritage assets, the importance of these aspects of the site. And the site allocation, from memory, talks about the placing of the tall building towards the east.
And
So,
sorry,
yeah,
go on.
that's
Yeah.
probably it. Yeah.
And the idea that you need to have 850 people, 850 units, 2,000 people potentially to be achieved on this site. The site allocation talks about an indicative residential capacity. What do you understand that to mean in terms of when it says indicative?
So, I mean,
residential?
there's this concept of optimizing, and then there's this idea of indicative residential capacity, as a quantum. It doesn't mean it has to be that. So that is fluid and can be tested.
And insofar as the questions that you were being asked about your complaint being about the site allocation, the indicative 850 units, the allocation's explicit reference to a 20 stories, taking all of those elements together, and the fact that the bus part of the site, which is part of the allocation that isn't being developed, have you seen an alternative that the appellants have worked up to what is in front of this inquiry? Have you
Sorry, did you say haven't seen an
any
alternative
alternative to this scheme by the appellants of what could be achieved in a different way at all? Have you seen other than this scheme?
Not that I can refer to.
And have you seen anything that suggests if the bus station was included in there, how many units could be achieved by developing the bus station, which is part of the allocation?
Well, the first proposal by Tiger Development in 2020 did develop the bus station. So there is a reference there that could be part of the kind of learning about how the site allocation could be improved.
And then finally, you were also asked a great deal about the fact that you have not assessed the baseline, as it were, of the harm from the Aylesham Centre as it currently stands. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you were said to say that it's a positive from your perspective. And then you were explaining, yes, and there's a picture to be understood around the retail space and the tangible and intangible experiences. Could you just elaborate on what you mean by that, by reference to the positive contribution from the Aylesham Centre to the significance?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the kind of discovery of the social spaces in the entrance, the kind of entrance arcade, that discovery that there's a kind of, that is a weather protected, safe, acknowledged place where people gather, was quite an important discovery. And also, you know, that there are the kind of small businesses there. There's the food market, there's the hand cart traders, that there is a kind of ecology of commercial activity there.
And so when we understand any positive or negative contributions, do we just look at the building itself or what's happening?
Fundamentally not. That is a really cardinal point for me, that we don't look at a building as an object or a form, but we look at the activities and you know, how it's used, and it's a sort of dynamic analysis.
And earlier on, you also mentioned the conservation area appraisal that refers to the Aylesham Centre, and I quote from 4.4.3, the Aylesham Centre has an indifferent character which does little to enhance the conservation area, and here's an opportunity that exists to redevelop the building centre along with the car park site and the bus station just outside the conservation area. So the conservation area appraisal talks about an indifferent character, little to enhance the conservation area, but it talks about an opportunity to redevelop the building itself, the car park, and the bus station. So taking that in stages, do you agree that the centre has an indifferent character which does little to enhance the conservation area?
Yeah, I could accept that.
And so in terms of what the developers are trying to achieve here, Historic England use, and again, I'm quoting this verbatim from memory, and if I'm wrong, I'll be told, they talk about that part of their objection being that this is a lost opportunity. Those are their precise words. This is a lost opportunity. And the appraisal talks about an opportunity exists.
Yeah.
If this development is not proposing to develop the bus station, thinking about what it means to cure the indifferent character impact, do you think that opportunity has been seized by this development?
No, I think we can do better.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I've got no further questions either. So thank you for your contributions.
Thanks very much.
In terms of where we are with documents and different things, I've sent a query via the case team about the additional document Mr. Harris referred to. I've not yet seen it.
So it's not additional. It's always been in. It was submitted alongside the proofs. How many weeks ago now? 7 weeks ago, and is an appendix to our townscape witness' evidence.
Right.
The reason it wasn't on the website was that it's a very huge document, and only the first part of it was downloaded. It's always been otherwise available, and I think everybody's got it. And so it is the only place where you've got the up-to-date scheme in the TVIA format and images. So I don't think it's a new document. And if I misled you, it wasn't. It was because I was not being clear. I think it's an old document that everybody has, and you should have, and it is on the website. Does that make sense?
Right. It makes sense. Yes.
And we've got it in hard copy. Should you need it as well?
I will check with the other parties. Have the other parties seen the document it's being referred to? Have they had sight of it? Mr. Mohammed, have you had sight of it?
Whether I have seen it, I can't recall. If it's been sent to us, I'm sure
It's on the core document list.
If it's on the core document list, then I'm.
No, it's exactly the same document. It's just, so it's exactly the same document that was exchanged with the original proof of Mr. Etheridge. That one. So it's the appendix. It is called CD 8.2, 8.10-2.
Is Mr. Eldridge's documents that you were given today by hard copy?
Yeah,
So
but we didn't hand them in the end.
Yes, so you've got it, which is basically an update to the picture.
That's it.
Right.
That's it.
That's it.
I don't think there's anything more than that, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything more about it, but could the parties just be aware that there is an email querying whether or not it's an additional submission or not, and I'll leave it at that.
We'll put in a joint note between the three of us.
Okay. We could. I'm going to adjourn and reconvene tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you very much.